hello and welcome to First Blood Yoak episode 4. There's no audio. My laptop updated to Windows 11, and it's just absolutely destroyed my capability to do audio properly. Yeah, everything's so quiet. That's annoying. Liam, say something while I try to fix this.
Hello. So, can we be heard right now?
Yep.
Yeah? Okay. All right. Yeah, so last time we went through the montage of Yoak learning how to control his magics more. And through this, there was the he gained an extra level, and gained the ability to re-roll the Wild Magic Surge once. So you can roll it, roll on the table, and see what it is. And if it's not to the liking, re-roll and take the second result. And the other things we found out during this time is some information into Yoak's companion, NPC rogue Kalia's signet ring that she wears, that belongs to an ancient, long fallen from power house of Valdor. And we learnt that in this town, in Riverak, there is a knight of the House of Valdor who was speaking with some clerics in amongst the town. We also investigated the tower of Yasikar the Wise, the mage that is training Yoak. As Yoak has said many times, he thinks she's a pretty crap wizard.
Yoak hasn't. Matt has said that.
Matt has said it. I don't know what Yoak thinks. Maybe Yoak also thinks she's a pretty crap wizard. Yeah, so that's kind of where we're at. We come up from this from these montages we've been going through, and I think we see like the scene we kind of cut into is, you know, mechanically how this happened I'm not sure, but Yaskir and Yoak like force a wild magic search. They brute force one to happen to make sure he has this control that this whole thing began about was teaching Yoak how to properly control the or have more control over the wild magic. So let's see a use of this ability, Mr. Yoak. Do you want to roll me a 1d100?
Sure thing. There's a 62. It's a pity it's not a fireball. That would have been
really like it just would have been perfect, right? A 62. So for the next minute, if you don't choose to reroll, you must shout when you speak.
I'm gonna reroll.
Yeah, go for it. Roll me a 1d100.
60. Oh,
Yoak, like there is a moment, right? There is a moment where you've probably been like throwing out a good amount of magic to try and trigger this surge, right? And there is a moment where Yoak feels the kind of magic welling up like he has before, and it doesn't feel like a really bad thing's going to happen, but it's not great. It's not a good thing. And we see that energy redirected, and Yoak feels slightly refreshed from before. And I think Yaskar, standing there, nods and says, "Very well. I believe that's all I can teach you. You've done well over the last couple of years, Yoak. You've learned a lot, and learned how to control, at least as much as it can be controlled, that which gives you your power.
I think he nods, like puts his hands around his hip, he nods. I think the camera pans out, and there is like a corner of a room that is just like blackened with fire. Where they have been just trying to trigger this stuff to happen.
Yeah.
Um, just blackened with fire. Um, Thank you, Yasikar. I don't have words for it, not proper ones. Thank you. It means a lot to me. This time and your patience with me and your impatience with me and the control you have helped me achieve.
She nods. She says, I imagine after all this time, you're probably wanting to leave, to get out into the world and explore. That is what led you here, is it not? The want to explore, to venture out?
Oh, I came here because a green dragon flew off in the woods to the west, and I followed a green dragon. Uh, my initial plan was to go to the capital, which I thought was at one point Erden, and then at one point Riverak.
She says, well, I will offer you this word of advice, Yoak. The Darius is a cutthroat world. All that matters is power and influence. If you venture there, if you wish to be taken seriously, it is probably wise not to mention the name of Yasikar the Outcast, who sits in a seat in some backwoods town that no mage wants anything to do with. You will be looked upon as lesser from the start. It would be better you make your own impressions.
I'm gonna roll insight just to I don't know, she's not lying, but just to get general vibe.
Yeah, go
Can
for
I
it.
have advantage because I know Yasikar really well by now?
You can absolutely have advantage.
I am gonna ask for so many of those while we're still in Riverak because I know they're not coming later.
Yeah.
Hell fucking yes!
Hell yeah! Nat
Insight
20.
crit. Nat 20.
Man, Yoak really
Yoak's
has
come
been
a long way.
developing as a character.
I think
So-
the first one was for sure below a 5.
Yeah, so the first one was a 1.
Was it?
Looking,
No way.
you rolled a 1 and a nat 20. They were your 2 dice just then.
Oh, just
so
now?
good. Yeah,
Oh
just
my
then.
God, I meant like the
your
first one
2
I ever
Oh,
rolled.
your
I-
first insight you ever rolled? Probably, I think, less than 5, yeah. No, just then.
It's a nat 1
the
and a nat 20.
advantage.
That's insane.
Hell yeah.
That's the most
And
Yoak thing Yoak has ever
Hell
done.
yeah. So you're like looking at Yasikar. She's being genuine. She believes that mentioning her name would not be a good first start for Yoak and Darius. But there might be more to that than just I'm a wizard in a place where no one wants to be.
Yoak doesn't care about power for himself. But I think Yoak knows that power matters in this world, especially when it comes to the arcane.
Yeah.
Yoak knows that. He's an educated person now. He knows that power is important. So I think he's trying to figure out how powerful Yasikar is like he knows she's more powerful than him, like probably substantially. But he's trying to figure out how powerful she is compared to the previous mages of Riverak and then the Circle of Arcana. Or is it Circle of Arcana or Arcane?
Arcane. So the a group of mages, generally called a circle. That's the like title for a group of mages. I think like most lay folk, like most non-magical folk, probably just call them the Council of the Arcane. Both because council just makes more sense as a political powerful body to them, and also probably kind of as a dig at like you guys are pulling the string. Fuck the actual council that is present in Darius making all of these political decisions. It's the Council of the Arcane that are really pulling the strings in this area. So I think like she.
I mean, we could talk in terms of levels if you want, because we have kind of done that and established that like classes are kind of a thing in universe.
Yeah,
like, for wizards, it makes the most sense to me.
For sure. So she's yes, Yoak would kind of gathered throughout this time. She is a level 9, who generally seems to focus on like abjuration, evocation type magic. But she has a little bit of everything, right? You've definitely seen her cast, you know, illusion magic, transmutation magic, conjuration magic. Like she is fairly well versed. But I think a majority, especially a majority of the like higher level shit you've seen her do, are all like abjuration, transmutation, evocation. They're kind of her 3 main schools.
Cool. So she has her spell book is full, like it's a plump spell book, right? Like
yeah. So she like the book has it's a good amount of spells in it. I think can you roll me
Arcana?
Roll me an Arcana with advantage from the crit on the insight, and a like persuasion check also with advantage from the crit on insight.
Oh my god, that was bad. I'm gonna use lucky for the Arcana.
Yeah.
21.
Oh. And the persuasion
24.
24. Okay, cool. So, she like goes to like a shelf, like she like goes to a shelf, she pulls out like a book on there, and she like writes something in it, like face where you can't see what she's writing. She like closes it, she's written it somewhere in the middle, and she casts a glyph of warding on it. She passes it to Yoak, and says, "There is information here that I think it's important you know. But you can't know until you've left Riverak. I've written it here in this book and cast a glyph of warding so that if you open it before you leave Riverak, the pages inside will be destroyed. You may stay here for as long as you like. You may take advantage of the accommodation I have provided, although my stipend will cease. The accommodation will stay with you for as long as you remain in Riverak. I am not asking you to leave. I am not I'm not telling you to leave. But when you do, you may open this and read what is inside. And she hands you the like small book. You watch her as she does this, as she kind of writes in the book and casts the glyph of warding. What's Yoak's belief about how wizards cast magic?
Oh, what do you mean?
Like spellbook. What does Yoak think that a wizard needs to be able to cast a spell?
I think Yoak just knows. I think.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, like I think he knows.
So they,
like
you know,
about
wizards have
and how the spellcasters work. Yeah, like because
Sweet.
he's done a magical education, right? Like
yeah.
So he knows that it's you have a spell book and then you can memorize a spell from that spell book each day.
Yep.
A number of spells according to your like capabilities with the arcane, and that some will need like material, somatic, with verbal components. Some can be cast as rituals.
Yep,
I think he
cool.
just knows like the general knowledge about it.
Yoak.
Well, not general, but
What would Yoak? Yoak gets a. So Yoak would know that a wizard can prepare, you know, a certain amount of spells a day. That, you know, they only have whatever the limit to how many spells they can prepare, like within that day, right? You think that there have been times, not frequently, but there have been times where she seems to have cast a wider range of spells than that prepared limit should be for someone of her power. Right? So, random example, say that she could prepare 5 spells in a day. She's cast 6 different spells. It's not often, it hasn't happened often, but I think this glyph of warding, you know, you've been kind of throwing magic around all day. This glyph of warding probably should be outside the amount of spells she could cast in a day. She also passes you, she says, I know it won't be much use to you. You don't need it for how you cast. But I want you to have this. And she pulls what Yoak would recognize as her spellcasting focus, her wand. And she gives it to Yoak. It's kind of in this like a case, like a really nice like presentation case, like velvet kind of on it. She gives it to Yoak. She says, "I have others. I will be able to prepare another one." And although my name does not carry much weight in Darius, there are those, if you were to show them this, they would help you. And I think she gives you a couple names. She says, "If
where
you
has this been for the past 2 years?
You're leaving now, bro." She says, "If you are like, if your intention is to go to the only thing you've mentioned to her is that you want to go to the capital. So she says, if that is your intention, if you are going there, if you get into trouble, look for and find. Let me find my list of NPCs in this game." Let's use YouTube. She says, ask for Asher, Ashr. She says, he's a half-elf bard. As far as I know, he's somewhere in Darius. He's someone who can help you with the less official quarters in Darius. He won't be able to help you much with the Circle of the Arcane if that is where you're going. But if you find yourself in trouble and need a friend, Asher is one of the most reliable people I know. She says you'll find him in his tavern, the Red Dragon. So Asher of the Red Dragon. And then she says, how would she says, there is another more intertwined with the Circle of Arcane who taught me a lot of what I know. They will be less they will be less happy to hear my name than Asher. Their help will be less unconditional. But if you find yourself in trouble with the Circle, Lucia, she says Lucia the Blue, and Yoak would recognize. So there's within the Circle of the Arcane, there are the different schools, and they wear these kind of like half masks, the plain upper half mask, the members of the Circle when they're out in public. The half mask is covered, like colored, to kind of show what school of magic they specialize in. Blue is illusion magic. So Lucia the Blue is probably, if she's someone with the Circle of Arcane, she's probably someone to do with something about illusion magic.
Anyone else?
They're the two named Shiggies.
Okay. Oh god. Okay. So she that's a lot. So she gave me a magic wand.
Yep.
Which is a spellcasting focus.
Yeah. I think it looks fairly like plain. Do you have the ability to detect magic?
Nope.
Cool. It's probably magical, right? It's her wand. But I think it's fairly plain, but it's, you know, distinctive enough that if you were to show this to the people that she just told you about, they would know who gave it to you.
I've added a Yasikar's wand to my inventory.
Cool.
Okay. So, God. Okay. I don't even know what to. I think while after she hands him the nod, the wand, sorry, not the nod. I think he writes the names down and like information about them in his book. Like nodding. I think very grateful for the wand itself, like very thankful for that. Just general Yoak platitudes. He nods. Coulter of wherever he needs to be from may never have known Yasikar the Wise. However, Yoak of Kolzabar Forest will be eternally appreciative of you. And again, I cannot thank you enough, Yasikar. There have been times when we have been furious at one another. We have danced around more circles together than I think any before us. and I do not think there is another wizard that I would have had train me instead. Perhaps a sorcerer. They might have been less obtuse.
He smiles and goes to return to her work. There's like a flick as she like prestidigitations. She does this a lot when she's just kind of working by herself. You notice it a lot of time when you leave. One of her many kind of quirky, strange habits. She prestidigitations some music, some like bard song in the background. Probably like someone playing like a lute or something, and some faint like like pretty singing, background singing. And she goes back to her work.
Before I do leave Yasikar, and this will be not the last time we see each other, for I will come to see you one last time before I officially leave. I'd have to know, how do you do that with the spells? So many of them.
She stops. Can you roll insight? I'll take another advantage because of the crit. Because of the last crit.
Because of the crit? Damn,
yeah.
Okay. I'm going to use lucky on that as well.
Okay, sweet. All right.
I'll take a 50.
So she, like, a look of like, shit. Like, I fucked up. Like, that wasn't a thing he was meant to be able to keep track of and notice. Like, crosses over her face. Her the
biggest shit-eating grin.
And
it's like,
yeah,
there's been one or two other moments like this where it's like, oh, I got you, motherfucker.
Yeah.
You tried, but I got you.
She says, there are ways of training yourself to be able to use how do I even explain this in a way that the game does?
You're not a lich, are you?
she starts laughing. You say, you're not a lich, and she laughs, and then she like points at where you're still holding this case with the wand. She says, and that's my phylactery. And like continues to laugh. She says,
he's running through. He's trying to get there before. I want to roll something. I want to get there before she
okay.
can tell me.
Yeah, cool.
Is that just Arcana?
Yes. Yeah.
I'm rolling
this
with advantage. I'm using Tides of Chaos.
Okay, cool. Hell yeah. I was going to say this one's just straight, so Tides of Chaos will take you there.
18. D100?
Okay. Yeah, sure. D100. No, actually, I'm going to save that. I'm gonna bank your Tides of Chaos.
Okay, you have 24 hours.
We're gonna roll. We're just gonna do oppose. I'm just gonna oppose this with her Arcana. To see if
who gets there first.
Just to see who gets there first. You know what? I'm gonna roll this openly so you see what she rolls. Because it's funnier that way. She's gonna roll. Short of 15.
Oh, I wanted to beat me. I wanted to use a spell on her. That's
she you come to the like she on top of whatever abilities she has a number of feat, like mechanically she has a number of feats that allow her to have extra spells. One of them I think kind of specifically you might note is Ritual Caster. She can take a bunch of ritual spells and add them to the spellbook and be able to cast them extra. maybe seems a little like, I don't know. I personally, if I was playing, I wouldn't take Ritual Caster. I think that's kind of bad. You can do a lot of the things that it says you can do anyway, like copying spells into a spellbook. But it just allows you to cast a few extra ritual spells.
She's not. You're a warlock, Yasikar. Fascinating.
She says, after you leave here, read the book, Yoak. But not before. If you open it before leaving the city, the pages will immolate. There's a fireball on the glyph. Was the simplest answer. Sorry.
I think he looks at her, sighs. Like, I think this is a look of Yoak has received this look in the past where it's like, come on, was that you didn't need to do that. It's too much. Like, it's just a really Yasikar. Is he the patron? Who's your patron, or is it in the book?
Read the book when you leave.
Oh, you are fascinating, Yasikar.
There's the flicker of magic again, and the music again swells.
Yeah, I think he takes his leave. He's gonna come back here because he has one final request of Yasikar, and yeah.
Hell yeah!
So he'll come here, but I think he goes home.
All right, Jack.
I think no, he goes to the fountain. I think he's been casting like every day. He's been casting prestidigitation here and like re-upping that figurine. I think he wants to try to channel more power into his prestidigitation, like use a second or first or second level spell slot or like sorcery points to try to make it more permanent.
Burn me one of whatever the highest level spell slots you have for the day, and it can just straight up be permanent. Yeah.
So again, it's a figure. It's like two little figurines that are like standing next to each other. One is clearly not clear. One is Kalia and one is Yoak. I don't think you could super be able to tell that unless you like knew them or knew that Yoak had been doing this, because it's a fucking tiny figurine, right?
Yeah.
One is holding Yoak is holding his hand up, and there's a fireball in it. The light has been cast on the fireball. So it's like glowing like fire.
Yeah.
And then I think Kalia she doesn't use a bow, does she? She uses daggers.
She uses a short sword and a dagger.
Yeah, so I think she's in a fighting pose. And I think she's in a fighting pose. I don't think it's colored. I think it's just unless the rest of the statue, the fountain is, but I think otherwise it's just a cute little statue of the two of them to live there in perpetuity. Yeah, and then I think he just goes home.
Hell yeah. You return home, and I think Kalia is like waiting for you when you get home. She's there, and I think you see kind of beside her, which is what she was working on before you came in, is like a new set of armor that she bought for herself. She bought herself a set of studded armor, and that she's like embroidering slightly to have a different pattern or something on it, modifying it slightly. I don't think you get a fantastic look of what that is straight away. Like as you come in, she puts it down. And she says, this is dumb. I have something for you, Yoak.
Oh, you made Matt. Oh, Matt's. Oh, you gave Matt real feelings. Oh no. Oh no, I'm attached to the NPC. Oh, don't. Oh god. Yeah, okay. I think he like walks over, doesn't say anything. like quizzical look.
Yeah, she she pulls out a small like ring box, and she passes it to you. You're muted.
Oh yeah, he opens it.
Cool. So
does a fireball trigger when the glyph of water activates?
Absolutely. Yeah. The little box opens and it just explodes. No, it's you open it, and there is a silver ring inside. On top there is a engraved whatever the magical glyph that would represent the element of fire is engraved on the top. She you look down at it, she kind of smiles, she's like, I couldn't think of anything else to put on the top. I got it modified so it's safe to wear here, but it's magic. I'm told she can't tell this herself. Someone has told her what this is. Someone has identified this for her. It is a magical ring that grants 2 first-level spell slots.
Just straight up 2 level 5.
Just 2 first-level spell slots. Yeah, wherever you're wearing it. And it's got a little sigil. It's modeled like hers. But the sigil on top is of the arcane glyph for fire.
I think he sees the glyph of fire and he gets a massive grin on his face. I think he finds that very funny and very touching. Thank you, Kalia. I have no words. This is so kind of you. You can grow out your hair again if you like. I won't be immolating us again. And I actually...
She looks like, over the years, at first, when we first met her, she kind of had long hair that was pulled back. Yoak exploded them. It singed away a lot of that hair. And ever since she's intentionally kept it cropped above the shoulders, cropped fairly short. Over the years we've seen different hairstyles. She tied it up different ways, but I think mostly she kind of keeps it tied back away from her face. She says, I never kept it like this because I was worried you were going to explode us again, Yoak.
She says that and the weight of the world drops off his face. Very visibly. He's like, oh, thank Christ, I thought you were terrified I was going to blow you up. He nods off. That's good. Wait here. Wait here. He rushes into his bedroom and he comes out with a parcel that's been wrapped in some paper. I think he's the paper has been drawn on by him that is the same designs as on the scarf.
Yep.
And he hands her the parcel, and it's the kit he made.
Cool.
I'm gonna burn how much gold do I have? I'm gonna burn 5 gold just to make that extra cool.
Dude, hell yeah! It's a really.
I'm gonna do it anyway, but yeah.
Yeah, so it's a really it's a customized fancy thieves tool kit that mechanically gives her advantage once per long rest that she can use on a check with it.
Yeah, I think the I think some of the finer pieces are engraved with the same those same patterns of the Wyld.
Yeah, sick.
And maybe like nothing that like the outside looks very plain. Like she could just wear that and it wouldn't draw attention. Then I think the inside is quite beautiful though,
Hell yeah.
where no one else would see.
Just adding that character sheet so I remember.
I guess I'll add the ring. It's a real magic item.
Yeah, so it's a magic ring.
Okay.
That so mechanically it provides 2 like extra spell slots that can either be 2 level 1s or 1 level 2, and you can change that at a long rest. You can change what it's doing. So each long rest, you can change the ring to either be a level 2 or 2 level 1s.
Is it a real magic item, or do I just use a regular ring? Like, does it have? Is it a name?
It isn't in this.
Okay.
I can make it though. It is actually a thing. I'm pretty sure I can make that as a magic item in Foundry.
Okay, cool.
So
I'll just leave that then.
if you just leave it, I'll add it. Just remember you have an extra either level 2 or 2 level 1s.
Yeah. Cool. I'll add a ring to my character sheet just for now. I've just added a signet ring, and I'm renaming it. And then do what you will to it. I don't think we need to play it out or anything, but I think Yoak also goes and buys some studded leather armor for himself at some point, maybe before or after this. I think, yeah, probably after having seen Kalia that has it and figures it makes sense for him to have it.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, so what's their plan? What's the plan? I think we want to investigate the church, right? Yeah.
So I mean the conversation with Kalia would essentially be like, if we're doing something that leaves us open to, like, you know, if the lead goes elsewhere, we can just book at any time. That she's happy to stay here and investigate things, you know, related to the signet ring or whatever else she's going to do. And she doesn't want to be tied down here again for a significant amount of time. So after a while, she will start to get antsy and want to leave. But if you're directly doing something, that's enough.
Yeah, I think they are looking, like they're investigating the local church. Like they've been casing the joint, trying to figure out who is a regular there, who works what days there, who important goes there, if like weird people are there, or like non-normal.
So
the big pontifex guy, I don't know forget what his title.
Yeah, so in North Riverak you have kind of the main church, which is in the area we had kind of seen before, but it isn't the church we were in before. The actual building or the area the church is in is a fairly large part of the north side of this town that contains like a lot of religious buildings, whether that's accommodation for the clerics or important people within the church. There's, I think, 4 different actual church buildings in this kind of northern complex. They're just open. You can just walk into them or around them at any time within this place. The only places that are really locked or shut off are the like accommodation for the clerics. And there are clerics to almost any god you can think of within the like D&D pantheon. Here, they don't all like the major ones. The 4 kind of churches are dedicated to the heads of the pantheons, and with, you know, minor shrines kind of spread throughout all of the rest of them. It's, I think, fairly well established within kind of common thought that like gods are like they exist, they are real, they provide their magics to their worshippers through clerics and paladins and other like holy magics. So all of these kind of different religious sects actually kind of align fairly well together. They work fairly well together, um, especially in this kind of area, as and I think it is fairly obvious when you're walking through, do not like the arcane. There is like a fairly clear common enemy for all of these different religious sects that is the circle of the arcane. They are probably not, well, they're not. They are not a very influential establishment anymore. And they, within Darius and other places, they probably only have small shrines and temples around the place. The religions don't really hold any political power anymore. And they 100% blame their like fall from power to the circle of the arcane and their ongoings behind the scenes and manipulating the Council of Darius and etc. There's kind of within I think like common folk there is a very there is probably an attitude of like, well, wizards are just as powerful as clerics, if not more powerful in a lot of cases. I think the common narrative is probably that they're more powerful. So like, I'll pray to a god for better harvests every now and then, but like a wizard could do, and they don't need gods. So why should I care? Yeah. They may be real, but we can be just as powerful without them.
And I completely forget the name. I thought I wrote it down, but I never did. The big priest. I can't find it. The big priest.
The Prime Lector.
The Prime Lector.
The head of the like collected churches, the unified kind of religious
nature,
bodies.
Right?
Yeah, of nature. Yeah, there's a Prime Lector for each.
Yeah. Does he stop through? Does he ever come here?
I think, yeah. I mean, there are probably every market day there is a like big like there. I imagine there's like almost like an amphitheater in this district, like a big open air amphitheater. And I think every market day a different one of the Prime Lectors speaks. Yeah, each market day probably a different. They rotate through. Just so that they don't all have to stay in Riverak permanently. They just need to come back once every 4 weeks.
Do we ever see the Knight of Valdor again?
No.
Okay, so I think what we're doing is on a day that we know the Prime Lector won't be here, a Prime Lector won't be here rather.
Yeah, so just not market day, one of the others. And they might they do stay around here sometimes. This is as much as can be said is a center of power for like religion in this area. Riverak is it. So they are here fairly frequently. But there is a lot of travel between here and Darius and other places for the more important members of the faith.
So I think what they're looking for, they want to break into the church.
Cool.
Because that's where the juicy stuff's going to be, right? Potentially. Anything to do with the House of Valdor, just flat out, anything to do with the House of Valdor that night and the Prime Lector of Nature.
Yep.
And then also, they were talking about doing something in Riverak. I don't know what that, like...
Yep.
Yeah, figuring out what that is.
Okay. Cool.
Looking through documents or whatever. But I
Yeah,
think just
so
trying to break into the church.
absolutely.
Like
I don't
night
think
sometime.
I don't think it is that difficult for you guys to kind of gain access into this place. Um, it's again, it's open. There are probably sealed rooms in the back, which we can play out, and Kalia can try and get you into. Um, I assume because it would make sense that of the kind of four churches you're going into, you're going into the one for nature. Like you're going into the correct church. Um, you make your way into this kind of large building.
Sometime at night, I think, when like
Yeah, so
stirring.
each like visually, each of these churches are actually like fairly representative of the like sect, which you could call the like branches of faith that it represents. So like the Church of Nature is all like plants and roots and vines and shit. Like it's all naturey. And you and Clea, you make your way that night to this church. The doors are wide open. There are fires kind of lit around the place. And there are still clerics out and about. I think as you kind of enter, you see a like hooded figure at kind of the front of the church. I think they're like seated on the like raised dais at the far end, and as they like see you enter, if you're just kind of walking in, they stand up. They're like, "Oh fuck, someone's here! Shit! Okay, yep, hello," and like stand up and like start kind of walking down the aisle, and you can see kind of off to the side, there is a like armored figure with like a spear, who's just kind of watching.
Is this normal?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have fairly frequently seen clerics and paladins around these churches. I think it's an armored person with a weapon in a church. I think Yoak would probably imply that it's a paladin of one of these faiths.
Am I able to figure out what faith the paladins are part of?
Roll me religion.
Yeah, there it goes. Religion. Fine. Nope.
Look, it's
Something
one
nature.
of the gods of nature.
Yeah.
Which one? Who knows?
Well, Yoak knows every single god of nature verbatim now, since he was lectured. He just doesn't know which one. He just doesn't know their symbols.
And they like, I think this person, like armored, fully armored, the shield, spear, and probably like looks up at you as you enter, and then like, bulks back down into like comfortable guard pose. He's sitting here. It's been a long fuck. He's got the night duty. Like.
So are there people here all night?
Yeah, and this cleric is like approaching you from the front, and probably
is with me.
Yeah, okay. I think
hidden somewhere.
This cleric is probably a half elf. She friendly. She's smiling at you as you enter. She looks tired. The night shift. And like there's the look of like I was about to finish, and you have to walk in now. Like she's smiling, but there's like pain behind that smile as she like walks towards you. Muted.
Kalia can read and write, right, Kalia?
Yep.
How fast can she write?
What do you like? What's the intention here? What are you asking?
Just her to go into the back rooms and steal all the documents, like make copies of them all.
Not
well. Yoak distracts everyone.
Depends on what she finds, but she thinks she can probably make copies of things that seem important. Yeah.
Yeah, anything connected to the things I mentioned before.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, well, Yoak distracts the priests out here, like last time, I think, because Yoak isn't good at sneaking. Well, he's not great at sneaking. I'm gonna use can I use silvery barbs on that, or is that not how that works? That's not how that works.
Silvery Barge is disadvantage.
Okay, so I have to use it on someone else before I use it on, and then it gives. Okay.
Before it gives advantage, yeah.
I'm just gonna give Kalia a use of my lucky.
Okay. Is that all 3 for the day? No, you used.
This is the same day. This is the same day.
Yeah. You used your wild magic set for one of them, so I think you've got one left.
No, I don't have. I have none left. Wait.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I have one left. You're right. No, yeah, you're right.
I think you've got one left. If I'm wrong, whatever, you have one left. And
yeah, so I'll give her that use of lucky.
Okay.
Wait, do I have one left after I give it to her, or one left?
Yeah,
now?
I think so.
Okay. Yeah. So
I don't remember enough to say no, so I'm just going to give you one left after this.
I have two out of 3 in my thing before using it on her.
Yeah, so then I think you have one left after this. Yeah, that's fine. That's what
Unless I just forgot. I don't know.
I think you're fine. Cool. She's going to roll again.
Much
better. And I'm going to roll. Shit.
I don't think Yoak has cast any spells actually and when it matters. Oh god. Yeah, I don't think I've cast any spells since our first non-streamed session.
Yeah.
Besides cantrips.
Yeah.
Prestidigitation.
Sweet. Yeah, so we move through this.
I don't need to cast a spell.
This cleric moves up to you. She smiles at you. She says, "Welcome. It's a nice night. Late to search the wisdom of the divine."
What is the correct term of address for her?
If you want to she's the ranks within the church. Non-class, the non-paladin, non-clerics would just be acolytes, acolyte of the faith. If you know kind of what god, you'd say what god. If not, you could just say acolyte of nature, or something broad to get it. Or if you want to be the next level up from that is their class, right? So it'd be acolyte of the faith, or cleric of the faith, or lector of the faith, or prime lector of the faith. It's
paladin as well.
And paladin, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he nods. I apologize, cleric of nature. Though I did not know that the faith slept. If it's inconvenient for you, I can return another day. I do not mean to impose upon you.
You roll me perception.
Perception?
Yeah.
Or insight? Perception.
Perception. Yeah.
Okay. 3.
She shakes her head. She smiles. She says, "No, of course. The faith never sleeps. The churches are always open. If you seek counsel or wisdom from the divine, we are here." Muted.
He nods over towards the paladin. Are you and the paladin, do you serve the same god? I know you both serve nature. Though I apologize, I am only a simple man. I struggle with the symbols and all your insignias. Though your clergy has taught me the names of every nature god.
He says, there are some within our orders who are strict and devout in their ways. But no, myself and the paladin worship different gods.
Is it rude for me to ask which gods those are? If it is rude for me to ask, I will not ask.
She says, she says, I serve Elona, goddess of woodlands, our friend and guardian. Serves. That's cool. That's a funny juxtaposition. My my companion and paladin serves Ikabolos, god of plague and famine.
I think Yoak is like Yoak. I don't think that phases Yoak because like
Look,
magic and
nature,
religion is
two
weird.
sides of a coin. Two sides of a coin. Like,
what is the common person's? What would they think of? What's his Ikabolos?
yeah. Look, clerics worship all sorts of gods. They draw their power from whatever they like pledge themselves to. Some absolutely believe that praying to Ikabolos keeps famine and plague away. It like that's how you stop those things from happening, is you appease that god. Others are like, servants of Ikabolos bring plague and famine. Keep the fuck away from me.
Okay. I think Yoke nods. Oh, that's good. That's good. And he wants her to follow her. He wants to go walk over the paladin with her. I have questions that I think would be best answered by the two of you together. Do you mind if we go talk to your companion?
Roll me a deception. Okay. She like smiles, and I think Yoke notices like the like glance, like she looks up at him and he looks at her, of like, oh fuck, the like he didn't catch the first time, and she like accompanies you like to the paladin, and they are distracted and answer any questions that you ask.
Now, of course, I am a city man now, but it was not always the case. I grew up in the country to the southeast from here, and my cousin is a farmer and owns a farm down there with a thatch of woodland. Now, there is recently a lot of pestilence and plague that has troubled the trees and the crops of there. And the last time we spoke, we had a debate about whether we should be praying to Elona for the woodlands to heal and get better, or to Inkabolas so that the plagues and famine would leave and the trees would be healthy. My cousin, of course, is not a rich man, so he does not have the livestock and the ability to give offerings to both gods at once. Goes off.
Yeah, see, the conversation happens,
My cousin Mildrew wanted to describes and talks about cousin Mildrew for a while.
Hell yeah. Yeah. So I mean, after a while, the conversation like fades. They are like super polite with you the whole time. After a while, Yoak notices like another cleric like walk in and just kind of like watch this. And she's like, and she's like looking over her shoulder at this cleric, like wanting to.
What's she a cleric of? What's she?
The new cleric.
Yeah, the new one.
Yeah. I think you see a what's the symbol here? You see like a like oak leaf and acorn, kind of on like the kind of shoulder of her robe. The god, she is Obahai, the god of nature.
Just like flat out god of nature.
Yeah, one of. There are multiple gods or goddesses that style themselves of nature. Yeah.
She comes out. Yoke's eyes light up. Oh, a cleric of Obahai, fantastic. Your god, I believe, oversees nature and pulls her into the conversation as well.
Yeah.
He's abusing the fact that these people are too polite to tell him to go away.
Yeah.
And
hell yeah.
If anyone else comes out, he's pulling them into the conversation as well.
See.
He wants to fix this problem for Coven Mildred.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the answer you get in the end is that it's fairly inconclusive. I mean, you could pray to any of the three gods, and honestly, probably pretty good results. I think what they're saying is you should probably do that. But I think maybe this new cleric who walks out mentions that any sort of donation made to the churches would see your cousin in really good faith, and that if they don't have gold available, that's fine. A donation of timber or livestock or something would also really set him in good standing with the gods.
Can you roll deception for insight for the three of them, please, versus my deception?
Sure.
Or as for as many of them as you like.
They don't notice whatever.
So the character Yoak is playing is very satisfied with this information. Internally, Yoak is like, "Come on, like this is why no one likes fucking priests, because like you just want power as well. At least wizards are obvious, like they admit it. They're power hungry and greedy. Like you just want money. Like come on, all gods, yeah." Yoak is very frustrated by this conversation.
Sweet. And I think after a while, Kalia, like I think you've positioned yourself in such a way that you can kind of see out the doorway, and you see like a dark, like shadowy figure, like raise a hand and wave at you, and then walks around the corner.
Yeah, and then I think Yoak goes to meet her like an hour later after the conversation is finished. He's having too much fun. Like he's enjoying himself because he's just fucking with people because like this is the thing. So like an hour later, he goes and joins her.
Hell yeah, yeah. So she's sitting around the corner, and I think she's probably like flicking a coin or something, like just fiddling, and she looks at you and says, "Having fun?"
If your livestock are ever in danger, Kalia, just give the church money and everything will be better.
She smiles. She says, "That makes perfect sense. Another suggestion: you could give me the money. I don't know that it will help your livestock, but I'd take the money."
I think you will have more fruit with that venture if you convince a lot of people that you speak for the gods.
She
It
nods.
doesn't have to be true.
She sees the wisdom in that plan. Cool. So she,
I guess.
yeah, she
Go home
pulls some.
I think we go home before we look at
Cool.
that stuff, right?
Yeah, sweet. Go back to the accommodation. She pulls like a ream of paper out, and she says, "There isn't much. No mention of Valdor or any of them. Though I have a location of the a home that the Prime Lector of Nature keeps. It's probably fairly well guarded. It's not in the city. We could go there."
Here in Riverak.
She shakes her head. No, no, he doesn't live here.
You mean outside of Darius?
That way, yes.
Well, that's our only lead. So, unless you have another idea, I suppose that we're heading that way.
She nods. She says, give me a second, and I will get you the name of where you're going. So she says, the uh, the home itself isn't in Darius, not itself. There's a small town to the southeast that the Prime Lector has an estate in. Maybe 3/4 of the way to Darius from here.
I was thinking, Kalia, I look an awfully lot like the Prime Lector of Nature, don't I? And only casts disguise self on himself. Um, perhaps we could just walk in.
She nods. She says, "You do look an awful lot like the Prime Lector. Although, don't clerics have magic? Wouldn't they be able to know?"
If I think he takes he goes to the cupboard and takes out a cup, takes out a cup and puts a silver coin under it. You know that there is a silver coin beneath this cup because you saw me place it there. However, if you did not see me place it there, you would have no clue. You would think it's just a cup. Maybe there's something under it, but no reason for there to be. If the cup seems like enough of just a normal cup, there is no reason for you to pick the cup up and look under it. They could tell it's magic. They would have to actively do so. And they would only actively do so if the lie wasn't good enough. And I'm pretty good at lying, Kalia. We could also just sneak in. Or we could talk to a guard and have them walk us in. show us around the place.
Shrugs. If you can get us inside.
I think he shrugs, one way or the other.
Sweet.
Yeah. So I think our plan is just to. I don't think there's anything else to do here. I think his plan is just to head out. I think he's gonna go talk to Yasikar again.
Sweet. Yeah. What's the? How do we go?
I
with
think it's
Yasikar?
like the last day before they're leaving.
Yeah. That
Like we have
Kalia's packed up all her stuff.
Yeah.
Yoak's packed up his. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think he's got a backpack on. Does she want to go to the wizard tower with him or not?
She'll wait like by the courtyard. She doesn't go inside.
Okay. So yeah. So he's got his new studded leather armor on. He's got his big bulky backpack. Yeah. Heads up to the tower.
Yep.
I wanted to give her a gift, but I don't know what you give a 9th level wizard. Is it like she doesn't need anything?
It's more about the thoughts than the actual
Yeah.
gift.
I think Yoak had a scarf made for her.
Okay. Hell yeah.
I forget how much that cost. Oh, what if she had what mask is she? She's abjuration wizard. What color is that?
She is abjuration. Well, she's 3. I think abjuration is probably the one that Yoak sees the most of. Abjuration is.
Like the same color if she had a circle mask.
Yeah, yeah. It would be. I'm not right. Yellow, I think. Like a pale,
That's a horrible
pale
color for a
yellow.
scarf. That's
Very pale
pale
yellow.
is fine. That's better. Not mustard yellow.
Not like mustard, yeah. Not like a really intense mustard yellow.
Yeah, I think he gets. He wants to get it embroidered as well. Is there any like, because the like stuff he has on like his scarf doesn't make sense for her. Is there any like symbols or embroidery that he thinks would like make sense and connect with her, like Yasikar? Because like if he knew if. Matt thinks she's a warlock. Yoak thinks she's a warlock. If I knew what warlock what her patron was, it might be that.
Yeah.
Maybe not even. Just something that is her. Yeah. Some embroidery.
I think she's a dragonborn, so she's all.
Oh, it's like scales. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like scales. It's like. Look, what's her name? Yoak's contact list. Look, Hilda is one fucking fine tailor. She can embroider things like you've never. She is not charging enough for her work. She would make bank in Darius.
We would, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like I think she's a green dragonborn, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's this like pale yellow scarf, and then the thread that has been embroidered is this like silvery green that goes throughout this whole scarf, and it looks like scales. Just full on like dragon scales. And like any like other iconography that he could connect with green dragons and green dragonborn specifically.
Yeah, cool.
He's wrapped it up in a parcel. He's getting good at this gift thing. So yeah, and he walks into the tower with the parcel. And I don't know, goes and finds Yasikar.
Oh yeah. She meets you because you kind of enter, and she comes down. She meets you. She smiles. She says, "Yoak, you're still here."
I did say I would come and say goodbye before I left. Officially.
So this is a
Which
goodbye.
Is today. For now, I do hope that we will meet once again.
She says, "If you ever find yourself in Riverak, drop by."
And if you ever find yourself in the wild places, and I happen to be there, I'll serve you some mushroom tea. I don't have a home anymore, is what I'm getting at.
No, I got that.
I brought you this. I don't know what to give a powerful wizard. So here, and he hands her the parcel as a thank you. I know it's not much, but
she opens it
thank
and looks at it like, this is lovely, Yoak. Thank you. Do you know what you plan?
I think I'm gonna go fuck with the church.
She laughs. She says, like many a wizard before.
Did you know, Yasikar? If your crop is failing and you don't want it to fail anymore, just give the church money and that will fix it.
She nods. She says, I imagine there are quite a few problems in this world that the church believe giving the church money would fix.
What I found especially interesting is when that doesn't work, give the church more money and it will work next time. When it doesn't work, you get the picture.
Funny how these things work.
I did have a request, Yasikar.
I imagine she probably did.
Do I not always?
She nods.
I would ask that you cast sending for me so that I may speak in words to either my family as a whole or just one member of them. I know I am safe and well, though besides I never got a letter back, did I? There was no communication back ever.
Nope.
I hope my parcel got to them. I would like them to know that I am well and not dead, and that I am setting out on a grand adventure. I probably won't mention the church thing. That would make them worry. I would greatly appreciate the ability to say in real words, I am okay and I plan to set off on adventure.
Says,
I know you have sending, Yasikar.
sending requires me to be familiar with who I speak. I have never been to your town. Mir.
Could you not use me as a focus for that purpose?
Shakes her head. If you wish to send them a message, you must learn the spell. You're familiar with them.
I don't think I can, Yasikar. I'm not a wizard.
There are ways of learning spells for wizards.
Yeah, okay, shit. That didn't work. Well, and he pulls out his book. Ah, the book. Is Yasikar weird about this book at all?
What book?
His
The one
magic
you
book.
made. No?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, warlock.
Say again?
You're a sorcerer, weird magic thing. Fine.
Okay. Yeah, Yoak takes the book out. I do not have the ability to do so yet, but someday I will. Perhaps. Would you please write your name in the book?
Says, a name, Yoak, is a very powerful thing.
Only I will be able to read it. Also, I
Even
could just
after
write your
all
name in the book.
She nods. She says, and yet there are some magics that would be more powerful if I were to do it myself. Would give you an essence of me.
In this case, I think he flips to a page that has like a ritual that he knows of a ritual, but he doesn't have the ability to like use this
Mm.
ritual. And he like I don't think the audience sees the page, and he like shows it to her. I'm sending it to you.
Okay.
It's like much later level. Yeah, he shows her like I think he shows her the ritual, which and I think he's also looking at her to see if she like sees any recognition in this, because he knows like he's trying
Roll
to figure out
me
if she
an
knows.
insight check.
Yeah. Okay. Advantage because I know her so well.
Sure, why not?
It's the last one. 11.
I don't think you see any recognition on her face of whatever this is.
I can send you exactly what it is if you like.
I mean, she doesn't recognize it. So I don't think she's okay with writing her name in your weird magic book.
It would one day, potentially, allow me to speak to you again. If without us being present.
She nods. She says, sending would do the same. And it is a spell you wish to learn anyway, is it not?
Well, this is that, I think, Yasikar. It's just a different version of that.
Roll me a persuasion.
With advantage because I know her so well?
No. Just straight.
How about a 23?
Okay. She nods and she writes Yasikar the Wise.
Yeah, nothing happens. Like there's no magic behind that. He nods. Thank you. I will endeavor to live long enough to be able to speak to you again. I guess this is goodbye. He sticks his hand out and doesn't spit in it this time.
He takes it and shakes. I
It
wish you
has
well.
been-
Yoak.
I wish you well as well, Yasikar. Make sure to keep the wards sharp. Don't allow anything bad to happen to the city.
She says, with you heading off to mess with the church, maybe the bad things I'm keeping away from the city is you yourself.
I'm going to cast a spell on her.
Mm. Are you now?
I'm using subtle spell.
Okay.
So this is just, it's not detectable. I'm casting suggestion on her.
What's the actual wording of subtle spell?
There it is. Oh, subtle spell? It's just you can't see it. It's like invisible. Like there's no material or somatic or verbal components. It's an invisible spell. I took it for this exact reason. Oh, when you cast a spell, you can. Oh, no, that's not. Where's a better one? When you cast a spell, you can spend 1 sorcery point to cast it without any somatic or verbal components.
I'm gonna roll a luck save for Yasikar. She did not cast Detect Magic when you went. So go ahead.
So she has to make a wisdom saving throw against spell save 13. I'm also using silvery barbs. And I'm going to use subtle spell on that as well. So it's disadvantage on the roll.
Fails. Music.
I hadn't planned this far. I didn't think it would work. How many words do I have? 25 or less. Okay, I got it.
What do you suggest?
As secretly as you can, as secretly as you can, investigate the local church of nature, and in particular, the prime lector of nature. I worry for Riverak. I worry, as secretly as you can, look into the local church of nature, in particular the prime lector of nature. I worry for Riverak. And that's the spell. So that works for 8 hours. Suggestion is wild because they don't know it's been cast on them. Look into the So, and that lasts for 8 hours.
Yeah, okay.
And then I think he like winks at her. Because I want to give her. Oh, she already had advantage on that. I wanted to give her advantage to know what just happened. She already had advantage. I'm gonna let her use a lucky. I'm gonna give her one of my lucks so she can roll another d20.
On the roll she just made.
Yeah, on the Arcana to know what just happened. 14. That does. I don't know. And so he winks. It has truly been a pleasure of a lifetime, Yasikar. I thank you with all my ability. Don't forget what I said. I'll see you around. And he nods at her, turns around and leaves.
And you leave.
Fuck, I hope I saved Riverak. I don't know if Riverak's actually in danger or not.
Okay.
I hope I saved Riverak. See, my initial intent with that, I was gonna get her to cast suggestion with it, but then the rules about suggestion kicked in, and that didn't work anymore. Like I could have asked for a bunch of money. I could have done a lot of things with that, but Yoak, Kalia might not like Yasikar and Riverak, but Yoak cares.
All right.
They head out.
Yeah, cool.
How many rations do we have, Liam?
So it doesn't matter. That really doesn't matter. You already have a feat that makes food unneeded. Like that literally doesn't matter. So you have kind of two options for travel here. There is a kind of one of the bigger rivers in this area, that essentially leads off the lake that the Riverak is on, and out to the coast, past Darius, and past the village you're looking for, or you can go by road.
Are we able to? Have we ever seen a map of like the country of Darius?
Yeah, yeah, I think so.
How much visibility can I get on this, like our map?
I think you can probably, if I move you, it reveals stuff, right?
Yep. When you place me down. Oh
When I
no,
place...
just the path that the path it took as well.
Okay, cool.
You can also just increase my vision range.
Yeah. I think what you can see, if I do this, and if I sneak you back without doing too much more. So that's kind of the path, and you can kind of see the path that you'd follow, to reach where it is you're looking to go. So you can either go by.
Estate?
It is here.
Is there a port near there?
There's this kind of river is fairly well traveled. There are plenty of ships that just take like passengers up and down it, and there are kind of stops at almost any point along this way. It's almost like a canal system.
How much would it cost? How long would it take to walk there? Oh, it's a day. We've got like extra. There's measurements, isn't there? We have measurements.
Yeah, you should be able to measure that out.
So the red is the path, right? So
it is, yeah.
It's like a day, 2 days, 4 days, 5, like 6 days.
Yeah.
I think. How long would it take to travel on boat?
It's a little bit slower than just being out in open water. This river has a bunch of like weirs and locks and gates in it, that allow kind of ships to go both ways. But it probably is like 4 days. It would cut down the time. It would just cost you some.
Yeah, I think we just walk.
Cool.
Yeah, we just leave the gates.
Hell yeah! You just
I'm still
cross.
buzzing off the fact that I got suggestion to work on her. I'm so chuffed with that.
Cross the bridge into South Riverak, and start heading out. Is there anything like Yoak is specifically looking for on the way? Like food and stuff isn't a problem. You have rations and the feet that makes it so you can basically provide food for you and Kalia. That isn't a problem whatsoever. Yeah, is there anything kind of specific that Yoak is looking for along the way? Are you? I think again, this is a fairly well-traveled road. I think it's well maintained. It's well paved. There were plenty of other travelers that you'd come across along the journey. In fact, I think as you're kind of leaving, I think there's a small like trade caravan leaving about the same time that's kind of heading in that direction. So, yeah, muted.
Yoak has a really long black ponytail. That's
Okay.
like braided.
Yep.
Because that's the furthest he could get from looking from like Yoak, right?
Yep.
Coulter,
It's
that's
like
what Coulter looks like.
Coulter has a long black ponytail. Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah. Like or a braid or something. So I think Yoak cuts that off and
Yep.
gets Kalia to dye his hair like not like as because his hair naturally I think is very red. So he gets her to dye it like a brown, like a much darker auburn.
Yep.
And I think cuts it a little bit shorter than he like used to keep it. So it's a little bit wavy and messy, but he looks like a completely different person. I think they want to see if they can like get the caravan to pay them to escort them.
Okay. And
He
you,
has Ymir's sword at his side
yeah. So
and wearing studded leather armor.
you walk out. The caravan is kind of preparing. It's loading up, and you see like a number of kind of armed and armored like caravan guards, and you see the merchant and a few others kind of loading these carts. What do you do?
Yeah, that we approach the caravan. Is there a carrot like a master?
Yeah, I think there's someone like and maybe a halfling who's standing on the back of one of these wagons, kind of like calling out. He's like, "You move that there! No, careful with that, you damned fools!" As like two porters like drop something and it hits the ground.
How well guarded does the caravan look?
There's probably I think you see four like armed guards.
Greetings, caravan master. I take it you're soon to head off west towards Darius?
The halfling nods. He says, "Aye, aye, we head for Darius. Move the trade of these parts. Work these roads fairly frequently. Are you looking for a ride aboard?"
Well, my companion, well, I'm fine to walk. I can't say the same for my friend here. Her business, would you like some extra muscle as your escort on the way there? I can assure you my companion and I are quite capable.
Looks you up and down. Says,
14 strength, 14 dex, 14 con.
yeah, he looks up and down. He says, these roads are fairly well traveled, and banditry in this area is less of a problem. It's a safe route. I do not need extra guard, although, if trouble were to arise whilst you were traveling, I would waive the fee and pay you a bonus.
What if we just traveled alongside you, walked alongside the caravan, and kept you some company until
He
we reach our
says,
destination?
we would outpace you, lad. And unless,
Oh, they all
unless,
like the. Okay.
yeah,
How much? How much to travel with you then?
he says, to take the two of you up the roads, for me a persuasion. He says, you look like good folk. 2 copper a person. I'll take you as far as Darius.
He nods. Oh, it's mighty kind of you. And he pulls out his coin purse, one of his many coin purses.
Yeah.
And passes the halfling 4 copper.
Oh yeah.
yeah, I guess we head on our way.
Yeah, and you make your way along the road, and this again probably shortens the journey to maybe 4 days, all the way up. They take breaks at night, and I think we travel fairly well uninterrupted. The caravan itself is two kind of different groups of merchants. You have the halfling, who's the clearly the caravan master. He kind of put this all together. I think his family is with him. His wife, and they have a kid as well, who all travel this caravan. There is another merchant just kind of by themselves, and the kind of 4 caravan guards on these, probably I think 4 wagons that are being hauled by cart horses and oxen. You have the 4 caravan guard, and I think you guys kind of sit up on this wagon, and seated beside you, there is an elven, younger looking, hard to tell with elves. They all look kind of young. Guy, he's wearing, I think probably leather armor, fairly well fitted. He has a beret kind of cap on, and he has a lute slung over his back. He smiles at the two of you as you seat next to him, and he says, "Companions for the road, welcome. Are you traveling far?"
Is this a bard, Liam?
He has a lute on his back. What do you?
But is it
is he a bard?
Yeah, okay, but there are bards that just go around singing, and then there are bards that went to a bardic college. Can I figure out if this is a real bard or not?
Do you?
Arcana.
So I think realistically the only difference is their magical ability, right?
Sure.
Do you have a way? Do you have detect magic or any other way?
Where did you study, good fellow, for your bardic skills?
Yeah. He smiles at you, and he says, I think he holds his hand out to you, and he says, "You have the fortune to be in the presence of Elevandor." And he smiles as if that's a name you should recognize. Kalia kind of looks at you blankly. You can know him, absolutely. You can know him.
Yeah.
He's a fairly prolific bard. Absolutely a bard. Pretty good at his craft. He sings and plays the lute. He is good. I think maybe you might have seen a show of his in Darius at some point, Riverak at some point. He's a fairly wealthy bard.
Yoak, because Yoak researched everything magical, right? Like all the different magical classes. There was a phase where he was really obsessed with bard schools. Does he know where this guy attended?
I think
if he didn't attend somewhere.
I think on a 23, Elevandor is a. Let me.
What was his title?
I think,
Elevandor the what?
I don't know that he said. He just said Elevandor, you are in the good grace of being in the presence of Elevandor.
Elevandor the.
I think, and this essentially gives you his school at the same time. I think he would be Elevandor the Glamour, which is college of Glamour.
Yoak, shakes his hand. Oh, it is a pleasure, Ollivander. Ollivander or Ollivander?
Elevander.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Ollivander of Glamour. I'm quite familiar with your works, especially your more, I don't know how to put it, morose works.
Yeah. He smiles and says,
Which I think is a very obscure, like, not very popular, but like
yeah,
artistically quite brilliant, just not like what
I,
people want to hear.
I think one of his like crowning works is like a ballad um called fuck it, the last dance of the twin cities can be his. So it's this tale of mage versus cleric, Darius versus Riverak, and it's super phrased as a tragedy, right? Like it's this thing that could have been great and wonderful, fallen to ruin and conflict and it's definitely not the sort of thing that most people want to like. It's very morose. It's
I think
very
you're good
like
deeper than that.
super tragic.
I of course adore your the Tale of Two Cities.
The last dance of the twin cities.
I of course adore the Last Dance of Two Cities. Though what I found particularly beautiful about that ballad is its references to your much earlier work, Sisters of Woe. I thought the way you connected the two was magnificent.
He nods. He says, I truly believe that a lot of my earlier works about the Fae were some of the best I ever made.
I would call it a travesty of the age that they have not caught on to the degree that they deserve.
He beams at you. Like, dude is super happy to have someone just sitting there singing his praises. I think Kalia is
Someone
looking
who
at
also
you.
knows who he is, like more than just like his really popular songs.
Yeah. And I think like especially like this all of these like early mentions of all these like early works that no one fucking knows anything about. Yeah, sick. Hell yeah. Okay, sweet. You travel together with this caravan and Elevandor through through the land and towards your destination. I think on the first night, um, what does Yoak do when the caravan kind of stops for the night? I think there's a call from the front. The halfling that spoke before calls out, um, and says, "A halt for the night. We must rest the beasts." And the caravan kind of slowly pulls to a close, like a stop, and they have the kind of lead caravan, which the halfling and his family are in, is like a kind of fully decked out like traveling wagon. He kind of like pulls out a front bit and opens the door, and his
traveler.
kid comes
Awesome.
out. Yeah, he's a caravaneer. Like this is a job. He takes caravans from places. They start making a fire to like cook food over, and I think the rest of the caravan
will help set up camp.
Yeah, cool.
Just do whatever. He helps set up camp. And who seems to be handling like who's going to be taking watch, if anyone's going to be taking. Like, I assume there'll be a watch.
Yeah, I think there's the 4 kind of caravan guards. I think as the camp is being kind of set up, they start doing their thing.
Do one of them look like they're in charge, or they're just all under the supervision of? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yoak approaches them.
Okay. I think we see
Yoak's contact list is getting long.
I think we see a. I think all of these like caravan guards all have like they're wearing the armor, they have their kind of weapons, and they have like a like armbands. They have like some cloth wrapped around their right arms, and on that cloth there's a sigil of like two crossed swords with like a spear through the middle. So like two crossed swords and like the spear through the middle. They all have that. And I think the person you approach in the middle is this cooler half orc lady. She has kind of braided hair that kind of runs down her back. I think she's probably wearing like half plate or splint or something like that. Carrying she has a shield on her back, a axe at her hip. And as you approach, she's like looking at the other three, and she's like fairly clearly doling out like, all right, your first watch, I'll take the second, third, fourth.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Yoak approaches and greets her with a obscure orcish greeting.
Yep.
I don't know. Yeah, greetings, shield sister, or something like something that equates to that.
Yeah, she
Greetings,
turns.
warrior.
This towering half orc kind of looks down at Yoak, and says back in Orcish the like traditional response, like yeah, like greetings, shield brother, or something like that. Like,
Yeah, they grab forearms. That's what you got to do in tribal cultures. You have to grab forearms.
hell
That's
yeah,
the thing.
100%.
It's not an option. Transcends culture. If you're a tribal culture, you grab forearms, or if you're Vikings, or if you're in a. There's a lot of it's a whole thing. I won't get into it. He nods. Is there anything in common? I think now. Actually, Yoak looked into orcs for a bit until he realized that he couldn't find anything out about Ymir. Can he pick anything up about her accent, or anything about her? Yeah. Can he know? I guess the history. I'll roll history.
Yeah, roll me history.
16.
Okay.
Anything orc specific here?
I think there's less like I don't think she has a like really heavily orcish accent, right? Muted.
Sorry, I meant more so. How was her orcish accented?
Yeah, I mean, I don't it differently than Ymir. Ymir, I think the fairly clear difference is that Ymir, like, came from a place where like orcs live their like customary tribal ways, right? They're really like, broken tooth, banished from the clan, dishonored, whatever lifestyle. She, I think, like her common probably has a fairly like cosmopolitan accent. She's clearly from I think you've probably interacted with enough people within Riverak. She's from Daris. Her accent is of like the city. Um, her Orcish is accented differently than Ymir's. Come from a different place. But she's obviously so far removed from that it's more of a coloring to her than who she is.
So I'm just thinking now. I don't know if it means anything to her, but Yoak's Orcish, he learned it from magical means. It's accented like Ymir's. It's I think he just
Okay.
sounds like an orc. Like,
Yep. Cool.
it's weird
You
that he's
sound like
pronouncing these
Ymir's.
words.
Yeah.
It's weird
Yeah,
that
absolutely.
he's this good at Orcish for being a human. Like, it sounds like he grew up in the far tribes or whatever. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
He nods. If there's anything I can do to aid in your, again in common, to aid in your jobs, I have paid passage, of course, though I prefer to work if I can. If there's anything I can do to be of aid to the four of you, only let me know, and I will do as I can.
Do you run me insight as this conversation continues?
That's about right.
Okay. That's back on form. She uh she nods. She says, although I am grateful for your offer, the Hmm. I think, yeah. She says, although I am grateful for your offer, the Black Company does not earn its reputation for accepting help. You will be fine. Thank you, Shield Brother.
He
And
nods.
there's a
Oh,
there's a weight to those last words.
he nods. I think a lot of when he talks in things that aren't common, he says stuff when he doesn't mean to say stuff. I think all of the languages he's learned have come from him from magical like means,
Yeah.
right? Technically not orcish, but you know, it was cool, so we'll say it so. Um, so yeah, so he sometimes says stuff he doesn't mean to say, or yeah. So he nods, you know, takes no offense, and then says an orcish idiom for something like, "It would it would be I hope to see battle with you. It would be fortuitous for us to fight, uh, to meet like bloodshed on the road or something, and to you know bathe in the blood of enemies together." Something like this. Some orcish idiom that you know translates to something along the lines of that. It will be good fortune to fight alongside you, which probably pretty common.
She turns to like the other three, and she says, "Do your duties. Two of you get food. Take your watch. The food will be waiting for you when you're done." And they go off. She turns back to you, and she says, "You may be of the wastes, but I am not. They were my father's people, not mine. Although you may wish to be joined in battle, I would rather this contract be easy. Go well. Stay safe." And she like turns to go back to her like equipment and
I
wagon.
think that as she turns, he says another orcish idiom, which is like, "I hope for safe travels for you and your companion, like you and your kin." Because you know orcs aren't just about war, guys. It's orcs they're a cultured people with
He
many beliefs.
she grew up in a city. Like
Yeah, yeah. He just is he yeah. That's valid. Okay, I hope your journey is safe and we don't fight.
Sick. And you I think as you kind of return to the camp, Kalia is sitting by the fire that's been made, and I think Elevandor is sitting next to her, having a conversation, like a quiet conversation.
Where's his loot?
On his back, he is wearing.
I'm
Romy
gonna
perception though, if
okay.
that's the direction your mind is going.
Normal.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll take it.
His pack is still on the wagon you guys were riding.
Oh, I don't want to rob him. That's not the direction I was going. No, I'm not robbing him. I want to cast
Just in case you were wondering.
I want to cast Prestidigitation, and the tune of the Sisters of Woe starts playing, like very faintly from his back. I'm going to use Prestidigitation. I don't think I can use Prestidigitation to make the lute actually play, but I'm just going to use it to make lute sounds. Yoak is proficient in a musical instrument, which I never picked because he's an Outlander. I don't think he owns he's never owned a musical instrument. I think
Yeah.
he just read about he got really into like he likes this guy. Like, he's a fan. He's like just
Mm.
genuinely
Yeah,
a
yeah,
fan
yeah.
of Elevandor.
Yeah.
So he like learned how to play the lute just by reading, I guess.
Kalia. Okay.
So yeah, this Sisters of Woe starts playing faintly from.
Can you roll me a performance?
I'm gonna also do deception to hide the fact that I've cast a spell.
Okay.
Like try to
Sure.
hide that. Yeah, I don't want to use. It's not a big deal. That's fair. Performance. Oh, I need.
Yep.
Okay. 16. Hey.
Are we saying loot's the thing you're proficient in as well?
Yeah. Why not?
Cool. Well, we'll apply your proficiency bonus to that as well then. So 18.
Okay. I will give Loot a. I'll add that
Sweet.
thing.
Yeah. So the Sisters of Woe, the song, this lilting ballad about like the conflict between two Fae sisters who find themselves born under different stars. The first, a member of the Seelie, the second, a member of the Unseelie, and the conflict that is forced between them. And I think we get this like really like soft starts really soft kind of melody on the lute that slowly builds into this conflict near the end of the song and then ends again softly as if we had the vocals to go with it. The bard would be singing of a sister holding the other dying in her arms after their climactic fight. And Elevandor, his lute on his back, starting playing music, he looks up and looks around and let's see if he notices that it was Yoak.
I both don't want him to notice, and I want him to notice. I don't know what to do here. Do I use silvery barbs? What do I do?
So he muted.
Go on.
He looks up and he notices, and he says,
Yoak is plucking the cords like he's like air looting.
"Okay, sick." He notices this, and he says, "You play." Can you roll me a perception check as well, whilst we're...
I also want to incite Kalia to see if she's trying to flirt with this dude. I should have done that first because I might have just stepped in her goo here.
You can roll. You can absolutely roll the insight because you've noticed the facial expression she gave you. Let's see if you can read what it is.
9. Deception?
Sorry.
Is she not deception from her? Opposed?
No, I don't think she. You just don't notice. Like she looks like she gives you a look as you start doing this, but you don't catch the details of it. You don't catch the look she gives you. And Elevandor says, yeah, he asks if you play. Muted.
You were ready for that. Yeah, you were so ready. To consider my ability with the instrument as playing compared to one such as yourself would be an insult to the craft.
He shakes his head, says, I would not consider anyone's talent to be an insult to the craft, especially not when put to my own skill. I would hate to think that I have dissuaded others from following in my path.
Well, I will never be able to follow in your path. In truth, you did inspire me to learn. Though I must go and attend to the cooking, I will leave you for now. Yoak turns around and leaves, and like messages Kalia, and he's like, "Shit, sorry, dude."
Okay, sick. You go and help with the food. Let
Does she reply? Does she tell me off? Do I
that
get a
there
reply?
is no response. From
Yoak feels bad. Also, he doesn't because he's used this kid as his sister, and like he's gonna be a cockblock. I'm sorry. Look, you can't have it. You got to work for it.
Okay, sweet. So the like the night rolls on. Does Yoke like they continue to sit together and talk? Does Yoke do anything?
um, no, but I think he keeps messaging her and is teasing her. Like every no, not like every now and then we'll send a message and it's just teasing her. Oh, he's a bit cute, isn't he? You like music?
Yeah. So the night continues. Yoke
Get him
sends.
to play the Father's Lament for you. It's a very romantic song.
Yoke says that. What's your AC?
14. No, because I'm not actively dodging. So is that less? I think it's just 10. I think it's just 10. Oh no, it's 12 because it would be it's 12 because I'm not
Armor
using
without
dex.
dex. Okay.
Yeah. She's gonna stab me?
So, you're like sitting up against a wagon or something like that. A like without you seeing her move, without you seeing where it comes from, a like dagger thuds next to your head into the woods and like does the thing that happens in movies and TVs where it like reverberates a bit as it like sticks into the wood. And she shoots you a look over the fire. Muted.
She gets another message. Thou dost protest too much, I think.
She says, "The next one will go between your eyes." No, she says, "The next one will go between your legs."
I think Yoak puts his book between his legs and I think stops messaging her because he knows she's not gonna like kill him, but he also knows that she knows he can take a hit or two, and I don't think he wants to get stabbed anywhere right now.
And Yoak absolutely gets the impression that like where that dagger landed was exactly where she aimed it to land, right? Like she threw that perfectly. It landed where she wanted it to.
I think after his loins are threatened, he stops.
Sweet. Okay. So, can the night passes? There's no conflict with the guard. Can you roll me a luck save with advantage? Just 2d20 and give me the higher result.
Yikes. I'm gonna use lucky on that because it's a luck roll and that scares me. It's a pass.
Okay. Yeah, you pass. And the night continues. It goes by, and and the next day you wake, and the Chiron Master calls for everyone to kind of get on board and get going.
Yeah, Yoak is like I don't know what I'm trying to say. He's like working. He's trying to work. I think he genuinely feels uncomfortable not doing anything.
Yeah.
So he's like one of the last to go to bed, like not including the watchman, just like helping pack things up for the night, putting and then is the first to wake up and is like, yeah, very active with the caravan.
Oh yeah. Again, I think the second day, so you'll have 3 days if you're going to get off at the kind of place where this uh, guy's like lodgings supposedly is. You yeah, I think the next day again kind of passes without much like problem. Is there anything that Yoak is trying to do on this day? Is he like trying to talk to anyone in particular? Because you can go to any of the people you've met so far, and like, you can hop onto their wagon, talk to them. So, is there anyone?
Kalia attached to what's his name, Elevander?
I think she's just sitting on the like the same kind of caravan you guys have been on. I think uh I I I think she maybe like whittles to like pass time. Like she has a bit of wood. She's like carving away slightly.
What's she whittling?
I don't think you can tell yet. Just something.
A severed bellend, perhaps. I think Yoak. I think he like talks to Elevandor. Yeah, is just hanging out with him. Like nerding out about his very early works. That like the stuff in particular the stuff about the Fae.
Yeah, cool. So I think a lot of his like early ballads are kind of based, and I Yoak with his kind of fascination of all this bardic schools. A lot of the like College of Glamour stuff is fairly heavily associated with Fae. So I think the impression you get is that a lot of these early works that are like focused on the Fae are probably things that he did like whilst he was still studying and learning at the school of the College of Glamour. Because I think a lot of the kind of magics and things they learned there are fairly touched by the Fae, fairly influenced by the Fae. And and I think he tells you a story of his times at college. He is more than happy to regale a captive audience. So if you're like sitting there listening, he will absolutely sit and talk to you.
Yeah, I think it's another one of those situations like with Yasikar where Yoak is genuinely interested, but he's also he's manipulating the guy, right? Because he's interested and he cares about this stuff, but he's also like, oh, you're just gonna talk because you like to talk and you like the sound of your own voice.
Yeah, he's a bard.
You're just gonna tell me, you're gonna give me a bunch of information about stuff that you don't think you're giving me. And it's just trying to like figure out if there's any glamour schools in Darius, where they are, how big they are, people that he could meet there, and constantly complimenting this guy, which both manipulative but also genuine. I think Yoak, like this guy will be remembered as one of the greatest bards of all time.
And at least of this generation. He's definitely sick.
Say, Elevandor, your portrayals, especially in your early Fae works, I would say they rival the great master Gaius's 3 epics.
Hell yeah. Yeah. I mean, he's all like any compliment you're giving him, he eats the fuck up. He loves it. Sick. Okay, cool. So I think the rest of the day is again fairly simple. These roads are like super well traveled. The threat of like banditry is fairly non-existent here. It's a calm place. What's again as the kind of day passes on and a halt is called for the end of the second day. Um, is there anything like is Yoak kind of following the same pattern as last night? Does he just kind of help around the camp and help get set up before continuing? Muted.
I I was unmuted and muted to unmute. Um, I don't think there's anything particular that he does. Yeah, it's just trying to get information about the current world. Maybe tries to find someone that looks more wealthy, or tries to learn anything he can about like the current noble houses in Darius. Obviously not mentioning the House of Eldor by name, but like directing conversation that way. Trying to anything you can get out of that. But otherwise, no, just generally being very helpful. The Karen Veneer will go away with the thing thinking the kid paid for no reason. Like he worked his way in travel.
Yep.
And some.
Hell yeah. Okay, cool. I think again the night kind of progresses in a similar way that we've seen previously. You help set up around the campfire. Again, I think Kalia and Evandor are sitting close to each other, eating. I think you hear like friendly banter and laughter between them. The night passes. You head to sleep, I presume.
I was gonna say anytime Kalia looks at him or glances at him, he's got the biggest shit-eating grin on his face.
Fucking hell. Fuck Yoak. You bastard. Okay,
just
cool.
The most
Sick.
obnoxious older brother. Like, just if you're an older brother, you know.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, cool. You you head to sleep. You as the kind of night continues, as the night goes on. Can I get a perception roll from you, please? Okay.
Not amazing.
Yeah.
Probably a good thing they didn't take me for watch.
Probably, yeah. So I think it's dark, and I think Yoak hears like a thud, and then kind of like a breathless like and the like clank and slump of metal of like armor like hitting the ground.
Yeah, he's
what do you
up
do?
instantly. Like up instantly. Is it too dark to see anything?
Yeah, for sure. The fire has like started, like it's pretty much died out. It's kind of off to your left hand side. You're on this kind of raised hill. There's like a big tree behind you. I think you heard the noise from kind of like off to your right, fairly close. I think Yoak's like the camp that's kind of been set out here. I think Yoak and Kalia and Alevando. I think the passengers' tents are kind of on the kind of outside with the guard, and you have the actual caravan more centrally. What do you do?
Can I use Can I use that spell to I hate that word. It's so bad. It's so fucking. Can I use that to light the campfire up again?
Let me
'Cause
read
one of the
the
things
spell.
is like lighting campfires. I can just send it to.
Yeah,
chat.
just chuck that in there. Yeah, sick. Light snuff out a small campfire.
Torch or a small campfire. Yeah. Is this bigger than that?
I think it's probably too big for prestidigitation to elevate.
Where did the sound come from?
So, let me. I just.
Oh, we going to a battle map, Liam?
Is this like
have
Roll20
an
where I can just
epic
draw?
Battle map that you've prepared?
Oh, I definitely
That
haven't
was on?
prepared this. No, this is like the Roll20 scuffed ones where I just use the draw.
This isn't like you've
you're
had
getting one
a
of
set
these.
made and designed.
No,
Oh, okay.
no,
Wait, so we're not Critical Role?
no, we're not. I know it's weird, right? So you have this. Like, actually, you know what? You know what, Matt? I think I actually do have a background I can use for this.
We are Critical Role.
We
Except
are
not.
Critical Role, man.
We're not really famous voice actors.
Yeah, Wyld, right? Otherwise, you'd be able to do a Welsh one for Yoak.
What are you talking about? It's a perfect Welsh accent. I've decided Yoak just talks in a different accent when he talks to people he doesn't know. Just to mess with them.
Hell
And
yeah.
it's not even messing with them because they don't know better. Oh,
Yeah.
that's so obnoxious. Oh, I hate Yoak. That's like, oh, I'm better than you. I'm fucking. You don't even know I'm messing with you. Yoak's the worst.
Can I do this? Does this work? Where the fuck is this saved on my computer? Yeah, that'll do. That work?
Oh, sorry, I thought I was muted.
There you go. That worked. Oops. Jeez. So, Yoak's like tent. So you've got like Yoak's tent is probably. Did that work? No, that was select. Man, I'm really good at this system. So you've probably got like the
Freehand draw.
yeah. So you've probably got like the travelers like tents, the like rest of the caravan would be kind of out this way. The fire was more central, and then you heard the noise from like out this direction somewhere.
Is this to scale?
Let's see what I wanted to do. Oh, that's not what I'm gonna do either. Man. How do I do the? Oh, there we go. I found it. Yeah. I mean, it's probably not too far off, right?
These are all tents, right?
Yeah.
A tent's not going to be more than 10 feet long, is it?
No.
Yoak is Yoak inside of a tent?
Yeah.
He pulls out a. Is there anyone else in the tent with him?
No.
Oh, everyone has their own tent. Oh, that's fancy. Oh, this is a fancy caravan. They are undercharging.
You rolled pretty well.
That's true. Yoak's also probably worked his wage off. Yoak, I think, yeah, he's got a pouch in his bag that is just filled with like pebbles. I meant to talk to you about this. I've got a whole thing I want to do with this, but we'll figure that later. But he's just got a pouch of pebbles in his pocket. He pulls out a pebble and casts light on it, and then wants to rush out of the tent and like throw the pebble where he heard the sound coming from, and then like shout, "There is an attack! Someone is dying! By the light!" And as loud as he can.
Okay. Hell yeah. All right. Let's add some people to the scene, shall we?
I really hope it's not Kalia and doing something shady. I was gonna message her first, but then I was like, "Oh, that's..."
Okay, let's get you and Kalia out here first. So Yoak. And it's Kalia.
Oh, can you unpause the game? Just press
Yep.
space. Yeah.
And then let's get some. That'll do. And then we have our half orc. And we have
Krusk. Oh, I love that name. I love that. It's a good name. Like, you're not known for your names, but that is a good name. Krusk. Biro?
Yeah, he's just
Biro?
he's just a token I dragged out. He doesn't have a character
Vandal?
sheet. Yeah, it's Vandal.
They weren't in the same tent, were they?
I mean, were they? I don't know.
Well,
We
she's the
have-
one that's going to have to deal with the aftermath of just relentless teasing. I'm just going to pretend I didn't see that person. Oh, I
No, he's. You know he's there. You heard him die.
Love it.
There you go. And the two other fighters. And then I think actually somewhere there is a token that'll work for. Where is it? Yeah, maybe it's not. I like selection of. I guess it's all because it's all from the SID, right? Yeah, that would make sense. I can make that work. Okay, so you like jump out from your tent. You cast light on one of these pebbles, and you fling it over here, which illuminates this one of the half orcs band, as she who is like slumped to the ground. You can see from where you are, just kind of standing on the front of your tent. You can see a like crossbow bolt that's like punched through the metal of the armor, and he's like sprawled backwards, sword still in its scabbard, dead, not moving. There is as you yell, there is a like commotion from the rest of the caravan, and I think a few things kind of happen at once. The half orc like turns to you. I think she's like sitting by the embers of the fire that's kind of dying down. She was either about to go on watch or had just finished. And she like pulls the axe, turns to look at you, sees her like dead companion, and calls the camp to alarm. The other two like guardsmen who were asleep start like armoring up and like grabbing their weapons and readying themselves. But they were asleep. They don't have their armor on. Cannot sleep with your armor on, folks.
You can.
Not in heavy metal armor. Not without taking exhaustion, which they did not want to do. You look behind you, and Kalia and Alejandro come out from the tents behind you. You can roll a perception if you'd like to figure out whether they were in their own tents or together. That is up to you.
I don't want to know.
Yeah, you don't notice. The rest of the camp kind of around you like mutter to life, and they're like they hunker down. They are not fighters. This halfling and it's roll me a perception check. You do not
use lucky.
Yeah, okay.
I do not.
You don't see anyone around the camp. I think the half orc kind of runs up to you, and do I have to fucking and she turns to you and says, like, what did you see?
I saw nothing. I heard the bolt of a crossbow impale your man. We have to be quick. And he wants to rush over to see if he can like into the woods and like the direction that the bolt would have come from.
Okay.
And see if he can see any tracks or like anything.
You start to head off in that direction. And I think as you start to move, and you hear Kalia like call out from behind you, and it's like, yo, wait! And she's like still putting on her armor, grabbing her weapons.
Not got armor on.
Yeah. And you just head off.
Yeah, he messages her. I'm not going far. Someone's been murdered. I don't have time for armor. I won't be far. Once they're not like that far, he doesn't want to go and fucking disappear in the woods, but he wants to see if he can find any tracks or where the crossbow bolt would have come from.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, so you head that direction. I think the half orc probably comes with you, and you enter into the circle light. You push past this dead mercenary on the ground. I think the half orc like checks his pulse as she goes by. He's dead. He's gone. The bolt punctured his heart. He is fully dead. And she follows you like out towards. Do you want to roll me a
survival, right?
Another perception and then a survival? Yeah.
Okay. That's the one I wanted.
Cool. You look up and you look at kind of the tree line around you, and you don't see anyone. You look down, and you don't see footsteps. You don't see, kind of, crossbow has a fairly decent range, but it's not super long. So they would have to have been, to puncture the play with enough pressure. Would have been around here somewhere. but you don't see any footprints at all. I am gonna roll for a half orc friend and see if she notices what
Can I give them
Yoak does.
advantage?
You are already using, like, you're already looking yourself, and
I had to ask Liam.
yeah, so she is going to look.
Hell yeah.
Sweet. She.
Yeah. Yoak's just focused on the ground, right? He's looking for tracks.
Yeah. She looks up, and as as she does, she starts to like say something, and you hear, "Watch out!" and she like body blocks you out of the way. She's going to take the first round of crossbow. As a bunch of people in the trees unleash crossbows at you.
A bunch of people? A bunch of people.
Bunch of people in the trees
That's
shoot
some bullshit.
crossbows at you.
Safe roads, my ass.
Okay, let's see if they hit. And I will. I can't put them. I work. No, I can't put them off the edge. That's fine.
A bunch of people.
A bunch.
How far out are we?
How far out?
Like, yeah, are we where we are on the map, or?
You would be. You would be, if you wanted to kind of get to the point. Yeah, so if you wanted to get towards the point where you think you could see like where this guy was shot from, you'd have to probably be at least 80 feet out.
Yeah, I mean,
I think
that's where
like you're looking at the the bolt in the sky. It's probably like almost certainly the thing that shot this guy was a like heavy crossbow. You can see the bolt, chunky thing. I think Yoak roughly knows they have about 100-foot range, so to be able to see where Yoak thinks he was shot from, you would have had to have gone probably at least 80 feet out from the camp.
I mean, okay, yeah, that's what I did. I didn't expect. I'm not going to cheat. I won't cheat. I might die, but I won't cheat. That's a bunch of people. You can stop adding people.
And Half-Orc friend is going to take a stack of crossbows to the chest.
They're in the trees.
Here. Sweet. Okay. That's all good. Yeah, cool. So they have 4 shots. So the first,
That
the second, the third, and the fourth. Only one. Only one of them. And then the other one.
I'm gonna use silvery barbs on the first one.
On the first one.
Yeah.
And is it what is silvery barbs a reaction?
Yeah, it's a reaction. And then I'm gonna give advantage to my orc friend, Krusk. I love that name.
Yeah,
I guess unless they're more than 60, if they're higher than 60 feet off the ground, then I can't.
No, they're within 60 feet. But let me just check something else. Cool. So this is a surprise round for them, which means you can't take a reaction until the end of
Oh,
that
really?
round.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, cool.
So if you're surprised, you can't. You can't take a reaction until the end of that turn.
I don't do that, Liam.
I thought that was the case. Okay.
If I had succeeded on the perception, would it have not been a surprise round?
Yes, it would have not been a surprise round if you had succeeded.
Even though she succeeded?
Her success was meaning these 5 shots did not come at you.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So, the crit from the regular thug. It's not too bad.
Yikes. Oh, well, that's average. That's average.
It's not too bad. Which means she now has.
Average for 2d10 is only 12. That's insane.
Yeah, it's not too bad. And she now has that amount of hit points.
37.
And the other one is going to, they hit on a 21. And so I'm going to roll their damage. Yeah, okay. Okay, sweet. Yeah, okay, it's just normal. For 8 more damage.
That was oh, no, never mind.
So it's okay. That is their surprise round. Now we are going to enter combat, which can I just click and drag everyone? Can I just do this?
Oh, good lord. Oh my god, that's
Oh, it added so many times. No, stop.
You don't want light in there.
Yeah, I'll just have to remove manually. Cool. This is indoor. And I'll just so I remember, I will rename these guys. Okay, sweet. That works. Hell yeah. Okay, cool. You want to roll me initiative for the first round after the surprise?
8.
I will roll for Kalia. And a half orc. The two other guards. Elevandor. And our foes. Hell yeah, Kalia. Okay, so they are like currently probably like 20 feet up in a tree, like aiming down at you. There is 80 feet. There's probably another like 20 feet between you and the tree. So distance wise. So if I move you guys forward 20, 10. Yeah, that works. But then they're 20 feet like up from there. And then I'm just gonna, it doesn't quite represent this map wise, but these guys need to be back a little bit further. It was okay. Back here. This guy would be about here.
Sometimes I hate knowing the mechanics of this game, like from a GM side. Because I know how scary these guys are. Or like how not scary, like... Sometimes, ignorance really is just bliss.
So it is Kalia's turn. She has finished getting ready. Everyone has. And she is just going to kind of book it towards you, I think. So she can move 30. She moves 60 using that, which probably still puts her 95. Yeah, that's too far. So yeah, she's just going to book it. She can book it to here. She's fast as fuck.
Fast as fuck, boy.
I guess we can do this. Yeah, there we go.
Well, she only went there?
Yeah, it's 120 feet.
Oh, you've moved things?
Yeah. I moved things back to where they were, where they would have been. And the first Black Company guard is going to just again dash, move their full 60 feet. And the first of these thugs, like hefts the crossbow, like just drops the crossbow. Doesn't want to take the time to reload this thing. Jumps down and is coming for
down
you.
the 20-foot high tree. Are you going to roll full damage?
No, I'm not.
Does he fall slowly?
He does seem to be falling slower than you'd expect. And he is going to move up to you. That is his action. The next thug is going to take their action to reload the heavy crossbow. I don't think they can do anything cool. No, just takes an action to reload. No worries. The half orc. I think they're just going to come up and smack the one that's come to you.
Tight.
So Krusk steps up, like brandishes the axe, and comes swinging down. Let's see how they do. Okay, where are we? It's a plus. So attacks. Misses the first swing. I think the thug like ducks out of the way of it, and then Krusk swings in again. Misses the second as the thug like sways back again, missing the like hack of the axe. This next thug is, I think, also gonna jump down. So jumps, like leaps again, seems to fall like slightly slower than you'd expect, and makes their way up to you. And this other thug is again going to take the action to reload the heavy crossbow. Gets it ready. The hooded figure, so the one that looks like visibly different to the rest, hops down from the tree. I'm going to make an acrobatics check to see how well they do. Fuck yeah. Leaps down, like absolutely fucking nails the landing, and is going to come and attack you, Yoak.
Can they not?
I'm afraid they seem to be. Okay, they are going to attack you with their short sword. Does a 16 hit?
Islam, a 16 hits.
Can you make me a Constitution saving throw, please, Yoak?
You couldn't. Yeah, I can. Where is it? Normal, advantage, disadvantage.
Just straight normal. Okay, you. What was that? No, that's not right. Oh, I hit the wrong thing.
76 damage.
It doesn't do 76 damage. So the short sword itself deals you. Let's attack roll. I need damage. Deals you 6 piercing damage and an additional 5 damage as the short sword plunges into you. And you failed the Constitution saving throw. For 2 more damage as you feel as this short sword like bites into Yoak's shoulder. You feel like a like just pain seep deeper into the wound. That is Elevandor's turn.
Wait, so 6, 5, and 2 damage, all of those?
Yeah, 6, 5, and 2 damage.
Uh-oh, I'm gonna die.
And Elevandor is going to sprint his 60 feet up. Gets onto there. And then does he have anything that is in range? What's the range on that? 90 feet. Oh. It's in range. You Is that worth doing? I don't think it is, because I think that's just going to put you asleep before it puts anyone else asleep.
Sleep, you can target sleep. It's hostile creatures.
Okay. Sure. He's gonna cast sleep. So he rolls 5d8.
He's gonna cast it at a first level? Oh, it's not gonna do shit, homie. That's not gonna do anything.
With 21 points. The one of the like thugs in the tree, like you hear a like sigh, a crossbow falls out of the tree, and then one of the thugs that was in the tree comes crashing out of the tree and like hits the ground. He is not slow. He comes thudding out of the tree uncontrolled and will take 4 damage. Which I think is a d6 for every 10 feet.
I think so. But if he had Featherfall casted on him, if that's what this is, then I don't think being unconscious stops that from working.
It would have...
Unless he cast it.
No, that person wasn't dealt damage, so that would... Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, so you hear like the crash of a crossbow like thudding through the foliage, and then like slowly a figure like descends downwards, laying on the floor, completely asleep.
Oh, he doesn't get woken up because he doesn't fall.
He doesn't take damage. Yeah.
I didn't even consider that.
There we go. Yoak.
I can target all of these guys with sleep, right?
If they're within your like
yeah,
radius, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna cast sleep at a 2nd level.
Okay. Roll me the what, like 7d8?
Yeah.
Things like the 2d8 an extra level.
Do I roll that as a critical hit?
No.
Oh, okay. 32.
Okay, sweet. Which, because it targets lowest hit points first.
Yeah.
Which two of the thugs does Yoak send into slumber?
One of them's still in a tree, right?
This one up here is still in a tree. Yeah.
I think it's the two closest to me.
Okay.
The two around
Yeah.
me.
So
Yoak sees what Elavander did. Is like, well, okay, I can do that too.
yeah, but I can do it better.
Yeah, and then does it better. And what are the components? A pinch of fine sand, rose petals, or a cricket. That's so random. Why any of that? I think spellcasting. Yeah, I don't think any of that actually. So yeah, I think Yoak Yoak sees what Ollivander did, and I was like, all right, I can do that, but better. And he like balls his hand up and blows on his hand, and a bunch of rose petals like gust in the wind and like disintegrates into purple fey dust.
Oh yeah. The two the two thugs like closest to you like slump to the ground asleep.
Okay, so remember before how I said I sometimes don't like having like a ton of game knowledge from a GM side.
Yeah.
I also don't like it because sometimes GMs modify what NPC's stats are, and I wasn't gonna cast sleep. Because I didn't think it would work on a thug because I'm pretty sure they have more hit points than sleep can normally target, if I remember correctly. But then he did and it worked, so I was like, okay. See, these prior expectations are gonna get me messed up, man.
Yeah. All right. Almost nothing I use has base stat lines.
Yeah, fair enough. I think I prefer that side. Yeah. It's very easy to meta game like that even unintentionally.
Yeah.
Like I wasn't gonna cast sleep. I didn't even like I only am considering in retrospect that the reason I wasn't gonna cast sleep is because I already knew.
Yeah.
But Yoak wouldn't know that.
I mean, even the base thugs, because the base thugs are what Foundry is showing me, because that's just the like icon I'm using. 32 would have got one of the thugs.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the two thugs go down, and I think Yoak is gonna then step back. He'll take the opportunity attack from the assassin.
Yep.
Yeah, and we'll like step back like here. How do I?
Okay.
We'll like step back.
Assassin is going to attack you.
Yeah. Oh, silvery barbs. I think is silvery barbs. Can you say after the spell? Okay. So roll and then I'll say if it's silvery barbs or not.
Yep. Cool.
Yeah.
So they attack you.
Yeah, silvery barbs.
So disadvantage. So roll again.
Still hits.
Still hits. Okay. So it deals its damage. Can I get a Constitution saving throw? Max damage.
This could take me down. I'm using Tides of Chaos for this.
Okay.
Are you serious? I'm using Lucky. I go to like I'll use Tides of Chaos and it won't work, and I'll just get annoyed and waste other resources.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so you pass the Constitution saving throw. You take no further damage. You just take the 9. Can you roll me a 1d100?
Oh, that's very close to Fireball, I think. No, it's not. Fireball's like 7, isn't it? What's that?
You maximize the damage of the next damage dealing spell you cast.
Oh, okay, I'll take it.
Alright.
No, I
as
cast
you-
a spell. We need to roll a d20 because I cast a spell. It's a 9.
As you like disengage and the like assassin like slashes at you with the short sword, you hear they look around at the fucking 3 thugs they like have around them that are asleep, and they go, if you want a fucking job done, you do it yourself. I told them the help wasn't worth it. And then slash at you as you disengage, dealing 9 points of damage.
I'm gonna insight this person. Are they going after me?
Roll me an insight.
I don't know. Maybe.
Possible. They've attacked you.
Potentially. They've attacked me. Yep.
All right. It is Kalia's turn. She. How far? There you go.
Oh, she can easily get there.
Yeah, certainly can. So she uses her bonus action dash, charges up, gets next to this figure, and is going to attack them. Shit. So she's going to make her like 2 attacks. So she has the dagger and the short sword.
Come on, Kalia. No whammy. Oh, is that enough?
Is it enough?
I don't think it is raw.
I don't think my players win on ties expands to friendly NPCs. So no, it doesn't. She hacks down with a short sword and it like glances a like a plate beneath this kind of flowing robe this figure is wearing. And she's going to attack with her offhand, which hits. Dealing 8 points of damage as she like swings the like short sword around. The like robed figure like ducks out of the way of the short sword, and she uses that to just like plunge the dagger between his ribs. There's like a grunt of pain. Beautiful. 8 points. Okay.
I think she hits on the first one, Liam. If the AC is 15, I think she hits.
Think she hits?
I think she does. I think it's just on AC. Which I didn't. I thought it was above AC as well. The rules are talking about like NPCs against PCs, but I don't. That should just be the same for NPCs against NPCs. I'm trying to find like an actual rules excerpt. I've found like copy pasted versions of them. When you make an attack, your attack PHB 193.
Yeah.
When you make an attack, your attack roll determines whether you hit or miss. To make an attack, if the total of the roll plus modifiers equals or exceeds the target's AC.
She hits with the short sword.
That's gonna come around to bite me in the ass.
Dealing 7 points of damage with the short sword. All right. The Black Company Guard, I think, is probably just going to fucking run again, isn't he? Yeah, they're gonna. Oh, actually, no. They're gonna run. What's the range? Oh man, 80. Yeah, that definitely rage. Sick. They're gonna move 30. Yeah, 100%. Sweet. They're gonna move that 30 feet up to here. And they like pull out a like light crossbow and shoot the thug up in the tree. We shall see if they hit. He misses. And the second, it's probably this thug is asleep.
He snores peacefully.
Yeah, I think
Is
he
it the
needs to
thug-
like take damage or have someone else wake him up.
You need to spend an action to shake him awake, or they take damage.
Yeah,
Is that the one that fell out of the tree?
that is not. That's this one here.
Yeah, so that one there, right? No, the one that was sleeped out of the tree by Alabandor.
Nope, that's the next one. That's this one.
This one here, yeah.
Yeah, this one
Yeah,
here
I
is the
think
one who
he
slept under the tree.
is like he fell into a patch of very soft and like dense moss.
Yep.
With a moss pillow.
Yep. Hell yeah.
And he's very peacefully sleeping.
The perfect little bed.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Okay. Our half orc friends is going to pull out their own heavy crossbow and ping this one in the tree.
Is it not the person right in front of us?
The one who's asleep?
No, the assassin.
No, you shoot the one in the tree.
It seems like a useful. Use that. Okay.
All right. Okay, shoot this way. $15 hits. Dealing 7 damage to old mate in the tree.
Good job, Krusk.
Seven. Okay. The
Another
thug who
thug
is still asleep. The one who isn't asleep is going to jump down from the tree and
He's not going to disturb old mate having a peaceful sleep in the bushes, is he?
He is, yeah. He's gonna come over and he like, you hear like wake the fuck up as he like grabs him and like shakes him and he like comes to. He's like, ah. And the assassin is going to attack Kalia, being right in front of him with the short sword. Hitting, I think. Does she have more? Oh, does she have enough dex? No, that does hit. Hits. Dealing 4 points of damage. Oh, that's not what I want to do. And she's going to make a Constitution saving throw. He's asleep, right? Yeah. Constitution saving throw. Ooh, Constitution is not her saving throw.
Oh, yikes.
She does not succeed.
At least it's not that much damage.
The poison isn't too bad. For 3 more damage. Okay. Elevandor. He's going to move 30 feet. And what is... I don't think it has a range, does it?
What spell?
I'm pretty sure. We'll get in there eventually. Eventually. Yeah, it's
You
just...
could tell me and I could just find it for you.
It's just self. It's actually pretty dumb idea. Probably a good chance it does not have it. Okay, it's going. So he points at the like assassin in the midst. Blades flashing, and he says, "Really, that color on you doesn't work with your eyes." And he does vicious mockery onto the assassin.
I don't think I've ever seen an NPC use vicious mockery. Throughout my entire, my years playing D&D and my years watching D&D, podcasts, I don't think I've ever seen an NPC use vicious mockery.
Vicious mockery, yeah. So the assassin is going to make a wisdom saving throw. And succeeds.
No, well, I'm going to use silvery barbs.
Okay, disadvantage.
What did he say?
Really, that color of cloak doesn't go with your eyes.
And those boots, they just do not match anything.
Silver barbs. The assassin rerolls. Failing this time. And so he takes 2d4 damage. So 6 points of damage. And now has disadvantage on the next attack roll it makes. So next attack on Kalia will be at disadvantage. If it attacks Kalia. Yoak.
I'm going to use Fury Fire.
Going to give advantage against. Yep, sick.
Cast that on the 3 of them.
Hell yeah. Is there a.
So it's DC 13 save. Dick save, I think.
Yeah. So the assassin passes.
I'll use lucky for them to reroll that for the assassin. That's my last lucky.
Still passes. The others.
I should have just sleeped again.
First one fails. I'll mark him with this, I guess. The second one also fails. So it's an advantage against those two, right?
Yeah.
That's how that.
Yeah. I think it's just verbal. It's just verbal components apparently.
Yeah.
Yoak says those skulking about in the shadows should be careful not to be seen when they approach civilization. And the 2 of them like light up with a like a lilac outline. A lilac light. That's hard to say. Lilac light engulfs the 2 of them.
Sweet. So the Black Company Guard is going to rush up and fires his heavy crossbow into one of the ones you have tagged with advantage. Hitting. Dealing 5 damage. To
low level damage is really just like not that impressive, is it?
Not that impressive. Okay. Okay. Sweet. It is top of the order. Kalia. Kalia is again going to swing into this guy.
I use silvery barbs. Oh, she already has advantage, doesn't she? Attack. No, I give Kalia advantage from my last use of silvery barbs.
Yep. Yeah, she doesn't have advantage, so that's good.
Yeah.
Sorry, the cat hit the refresh button on the browser.
I mean, I understand a needy cat. I don't know where mine is.
Come on, load. All right, so Kalia gets advantage with her short sword. Hitting. Because she
attack damage, right?
She does, yeah. So the normal damage plus the 2d6 sneak attack. For 6 more, and then her dagger.
Damn,
hits with 7 more. So 11, 18 damage. Okay.
I roll a d20 for fairy fire. No, that's a warlock thing.
The
Also,
guard.
sleep is a warlock thing, so I shouldn't have rolled before anyway. It's fine.
Is going to make it up to here.
Oh, but I cast it with a sorcerer spell slot, so never mind. I take it back. I take back the take back.
You take back the take back.
I do.
And he is going to attack. Like throws the heavy crossbow aside, doesn't want to have time to reload it, and just like hews down with the long sword. Missing.
Yikes.
The sword plunges into the dirt, not dealing any damage. The thug is still asleep. The next one is that one. He's going to. He reloaded. Okay, these two actually reloaded their crossbows, didn't they? Yeah, okay. He's going to move off to the side here. And shoots his crossbow at you, Yoak.
Really? That's not very nice.
The thing?
Yeah, that hits. Oh,
For
thank
a
God.
single point of damage. The crossbow bolt like thuds, probably like grazes your arm.
I wasn't
by
thinking
you.
there. I should have silvery barbs that. I was not thinking.
I think our half-orc friend is going to rush the one that has another crossbow shot he could take you in a second. And is going to go up here. And is going to attack with their axe.
I do wish it just like output the attack and not the like guard.
Yeah.
As advantage, so I can roll again. Maybe it's a crit.
It hits. Yep, true. It is not. And then just with like has like swings down, shield in one arm, swings down with this axe, for 9 damage. That's on that one. This guy looks fucked up. And so the axe like hews down, and Krusk is going to take their second attack. Hits. Finishing off that thug. As he drops to the ground, dead. Which one is
Good
that?
job, Krusk. You murdered someone.
Dead.
Is that murder, Liam?
Huh? Self-defense?
Yeah, okay.
The sleeping thug continues to sleep soundly. And the assassin is, I think, going to take the attack of opportunity from Kalia.
And
Kalia will
person next to
roll.
her?
And the person, yep, and the person next to him. So the Blackguards, or Black Company, hits. Like 5 points of damage.
And Kalia has advantage on this attack. Or, yeah. Wait, does she? I don't
What
think
would
she
the
has
advantage be
advantage
from?
on it. She gets sneak attack on this attack, rather, if she
Yeah.
hits.
Yes.
She doesn't have advantage, though.
She misses. And the assassin. I'm gonna roll a wisdom saving. The assassin looks around, like wounded. There's like a gash in his side from where Kalia like jabbed the dagger in. Like holding that side, looks around as the half orc just like caves in the skull of one of the thugs. Looks to the two still asleep thugs in front, and just books.
Does the assassin have a loaded crossbow? Or is it just melee weapons?
The assassin did not take the time to reload the heavy crossbow, but there's every chance it has something else under those robes. The heavy crossbow that's left on the ground, it dropped.
Okay.
And it starts booking into the forest.
How far can it get?
It can go. It did not disengage
60,
with its
right?
bonus action.
Oh, okay.
So it is dashing with its bonus action, and is moving 90 feet a turn. Okay.
I'm not able to catch up to it, am I?
What does elusive retreat give you?
I don't have that anymore.
Don't you? Okay, then no.
It would have, though.
Elevandor is going to run up to this guy. And looks him dead in the eyes and says, you know, there are plenty of magics that would have covered up that scar. It's a bit, it's a bit, well, I'm sure it ruins your natural good looks. And will vicious mockery him.
I regret using silvery barbs to aid him with vicious mockery before. It was just such a waste of
for 3 damage, and this guy now has disadvantage on the next attack.
I hate to do it, but does he not need to save against that?
He does. That is true. That's not what I wanted.
Tight.
What I expected. Beautiful. Yoak.
I would like to cast Eldritch Blast at the retreating assassin. And I'm gonna twin the spell. So I'm gonna fire 2 bolts at them.
Twin spell, I think, allows you to select a second target. So you could twin this last thug and the assassin.
target a second creature. Okay. Yeah, I'll target the. Yeah. Hold up. What is the range on sleep? Oh, I could totally hit the assassin with sleep. Liam.
Yep.
Hey.
Hi.
I got a 33 on my Wild Magic Surge, which says the next time I've damage dice or whatever is maxed out, right? Does that count for sleep? Because you're rolling dice, you're rolling hit point, you're
think
rolling damage dice.
It specifies damaging spell.
It does say maximize the damage of your next damaging spell you cast, but you know, sleep is a kind of damage when you don't want to be sleeping.
Roll me a DC. Let's say DC 14 Arcana check.
With advantage, right?
No.
I don't have anything that can make that better anymore.
Then no, it will not maximize the damage of the sleep spell.
The only person that's hit her is Kalia, isn't it? Or him is Kalia?
Yep.
Fuck it, I'll cast sleep at a second level.
All right. Hell yeah. Roll for me, Yoak.
I don't want to press this button. Oh, that's so bad. That's so bad. What is that? That's. Oh my god. I should have taken the coward spell.
So you do it, and it keeps running.
Yeah. I run 30 feet in the direction he ran.
Okay. Yep. So he is.
Oh, and a D100 for Wild Magic Surge because that's using a sorcerer spell slot. 36.
D20 to see if it surges.
Oh, you're right. 36 is wild.
On a 1 or 2. So if you chase, like if you chase after him, you would be there. So you would be already 20. You move 30. 110 feet behind him. No, not 110. That's not right. 110 subtract your 30, so he'd be 80 feet behind him. You've been muted this whole time.
Oh no, it'd be 60 feet, right?
It'd be 80 feet behind him. You started 20 feet. Yeah, you started 20 feet behind him.
Okay, yeah. I think I can cast. I can do one more sleep spell on him.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I'm gonna try it. Yeah. So Yoak's ran into the woods after the assassin.
Sick. So what I'll do, let's just get rid of this. This shouldn't be relevant anymore. And this, and I'm just going to shift all of Yummy.
Oh yeah, you should just be able to take them all and move them at once as a group.
Oh wait, there we go. That should work. So if I move all of you back. Yeah, cool. So he would be 20. So he should be 90 feet away from here. So that that would be there. And Yoak should be, what was it? What did I say? 60, 80 feet behind him.
80 feet, he's there.
Yeah. Okay. The Black Company Guard is going to move up here and hack into this dude. Missing again. Just like hacks down with a longsword, and the dude just ducks to the side, and it spits up dirt. Kalia. Kalia looks at you, Yoak, and says, "Are we chasing him?"
Yeah, Yoak nods. I'm gonna put him to sleep.
She takes a bonus action dash, sorry, and will fire her own hand crossbow at him, seeing if she can reduce its hit points. You need to sleep.
Oh,
The bolt flies past, just completely missing, and she tried her best. The Black Company Guard is going to go help his companion because apparently he can't do anything else.
Homie's next to him, just snoring peacefully.
Just snoring, but yeah, just having the best sleep of their life. And he swings, hitting,
Ah, better.
dealing 6 damage to this one. This guy is asleep. This guy is gonna make a wisdom saving throw.
Which guy? Oh, the alive one.
He sticks around.
His boss ran off. This guy is committed to the job.
He takes a. Yeah, I think he whips out the like mace at his belt and just goes to fucking crack one of these Black Company dudes. Missing. Just swings wildly and probably like panicked but not wanting to like show it too bad. Yeah, he doesn't do much.
This guy is either incredibly brave or just a fool.
One or the other, right? How far can you go? You don't have a your crossbow isn't loaded because you shot the guy in the tree. All right. Well, she's gonna come over and help her guards put down this last guy. Attacks with the battle axe.
Oh, they all get advantage on attacks, by the way. She doesn't need it because she's a goat, but the others might.
Hell yeah. She steps up, brandishes the battle axe, and just straight up decapitates the dude. His head fucking rolls on the floor, body thuds to the ground. He is fucking dead. Boom.
Assassin's next.
Yeah.
I think.
Yep.
The thug wakes up.
He certainly is. And he. A wisdom saving.
For the assassin?
Yep. He sees an opportunity. He stops, turns. He uses 25 feet of his movement. All right, that's fine. And he's going to attack. Hitting.
Silvery barbs.
That's. Is that a saving throw or is it just straight disadvantage?
It's just
Maybe
he just has to reroll.
Okay.
Oh, thank God.
Misses.
Oh, I don't know how much HP she's at.
Okay. Yep. Cool. Fine. Just give me a shot. He's going to stay and fight. Elevandor. Is going to run up here. Desperate to protect his precious Kalia.
Dude, you just ain't that guy. You're good at songs, but you ain't that guy. What's the song? Everything you can do, I can do better? Yeah. Everything you can do, I can do more. Anything you can do, I can do better. I can do anything better than you. That's a good song. That's a boomer song. that's dated.
Yeah.
I'm not even that old.
I think he's gonna do. Again, I should check. Yeah, sick. So yeah, he just he runs up, uses action to dash. Yoak.
I'm gonna move up 30 feet. How fucked up does the assassin look?
He looks wounded. He's still like well enough to like run and fight. But like he's got like a pretty deep gash in his side, and it's bleeding pretty bad.
Now, I'm not sure if I do suggestion, because I think I'm not sure to do suggestion here, or to sleep at second level. All I've got is the ring, and the spell slots in the ring left. That's all I have. So I could use that for suggestion, second level spell, or I could do sleep at a first level. I don't think first level sleep there's enough hit dice in there to touch this guy. So I'm gonna cast suggestion. It won't let me cast suggestion. I'm casting it won't because I don't have spell slots left.
Yep.
Here we go. I'll just give myself an extra spell slot.
Yeah, I was gonna say just give yourself them back.
Yeah. Yeah, I cast suggestion. He has to make a DC 13 Wisdom saving throw.
He succeeds.
I don't know my cantrips are bonus actions, are they? Action. Oh, wait, hold up. Features, twin spell. I don't have anything here that can. Yeah, Yoak. Yeah, that's his turn.
All right.
I'm not gonna narrate anything because nothing doesn't do shit. I'm a nat 20. Oh, I knew wisdom was gonna be bad for him. A plus there, I knew it.
I'm gonna make a perception check for these guards to see if they can see you guys through the bush. Otherwise,
Oh,
they're
you're
just gonna start.
shouting like, "Come on! He's over this way. Get him!"
Okay. He's gonna move 30 feet and reload his crossbow. Kalia is gonna attack. Swings with her short sword. Missing. Following up with her dagger. Also missing. Damn.
I'm
Okay.
spent. I can't do anything here.
The other Black Company guard is going to do the same. Which is up 30. Reloads heavy crossbow. This guy is asleep. Krusk.
Yeah, it's just the assassin.
Gonna dash up. How fucked up do you look, Yoak?
Dead. I've got 4 HP.
You look up, you try and do the suggestion, you see the the person under this hood like match like your stare with a fucking super intense gaze and looks to assess your situation.
Can I roll deception to see that I look better than I am?
I don't think so. And he's going to take an attack of opportunity from Kalia. Who hits?
Yeah, I mean, on a 12 or higher, I go down.
9 damage.
12 or higher. Well, he could also roll really bad for damage. But I assume he has at least a +3. I think. I forget. I should have seen. He does have a +3.
He is going to attack.
So if he gets a 12, I go down. Yeah, I'm down.
Hitting. Dealing 7, and you're down.
Yeah.
So that was 25. And bonus action dashes the fuck out of there.
Don't let him get away.
Elevandor steps beside you.
Healing magic. I will. Healing magic in D&D makes me sad.
Yeah. It's just like kind of too good, to be honest.
Well, it's not that. It's the fact that it's mechanically best for you to wait until you're
Wait until someone's down and then heal. Yeah.
Like,
yep.
There's no point ever doing an actual healing spell. Like, I hate it. I wish it could be an actual, like, I don't know. It's just a pity.
This was ranged. Oh well. He like steps up and says, like, he says, like the sister victorious, arise. and flicks you a healing word for a D4 +3. 5 hit points.
I'm more at that I was. I think he cast that, and then I think he wears the dagger, his like fancy dagger, around his neck. I think, like that's his spellcasting focus.
Yep.
I think the dagger, you'd like from where the blade sticks into the hilt, like that. I don't know what that area. It starts like a faint lilac light emits from the dagger that you can't fully see as he is healed, and he invokes the name of Victorious.
Oh yeah. Awesome. Yoak.
It's my turn. How far away is he?
He would be. He moved. Moved
60.
bonus action dodge. So he moved
65.
6. He moved 60. So it was
No.
25 from here. Which means he had 35 left. So he's 35 away from.
Yeah. Okay. Yoak stands up. Nods to what's his name? I don't remember. The bard nods to the bard. And is going to stands up and casts Eldritch Blast at the retreating. I don't know if he can hear me. I think he can hear me. I'm pretty sure he has wireless headphones on. Pretty sure he can hear me. I cast Eldritch Blast. I'm gonna roll for Eldritch Blast. The damage is maximized for this one if it hits. 15 hits. Oh, I think 15 hits. Yeah. I mean, I'm just the GM now. And damage is, I forget what damage actually is. It's 10 plus something, I think. Oh, it's just 1d10. Oh, is it not plus your... Okay. I can't believe I rolled max damage on that. That's impressive. Yeah, the assassin takes 10 damage. And Yoak, roaring back to life, is gonna run... Yoak's just in full send it mode. Yoak's going to run 30 feet towards the person. I don't think I make contact, do I?
You'd be 5 feet away.
Yeah, so he runs.
If you move yourself 5 feet, away from him, you would be able to move 30 from here. So you're actually there, which means I need to move everything down.
You can increase the size of the border.
Can I do that like right now, like in play?
Yeah, let me do that. Let me log into my GM account.
I can do it if this works. Let's just increase it.
It's just editing the that decreased it.
What? How does that even make sense?
Wait, is this not? I'm in the wrong account. I have too many accounts for this website.
There you go. That works.
Oh, you did it? You don't need me anymore? Oh god. Oh, did we stay at the border? Oh no, you just okay.
I'm gonna move everyone else in.
So, oh god, I'm just gonna let you do your thing. I don't know what's happening.
Here. These guys don't matter anymore. They can just come off. Okay. I might just, for the ability to continue having this guy run away, let's just move everyone down here.
And Yoak, she runs after him and she starts shouting a bunch of expletives in common, and then switches to like Orcish for a bit, and then is in Sylvan, and then is swearing at the dude in Celestial before switching back to common. Get back here!
Oh yeah. All right, this guard is gonna move 30 feet up, and we'll take a shot with his heavy crossbow.
Did you mark the 10 damage for Eldritch Blast?
Gotcha. Yes.
Nice.
Dealing 3 damage.
Is Eldritch Blast not plus? Is there no modifiers added to that, or is that an invocation maybe? I think that's an invocation.
The 1d10 force damage, yep.
Yeah, but I think there's a Eldritch invocation that lets you add modifiers.
That
to
lets
it.
you add. Yeah. Okay. Kalia.
Yeah, it's like the very first one. But it's just charisma modifier, not proficiency.
Kalia's gonna come up here and attack this guy.
Does she
Dagger.
get damage on that?
We'll roll it all at once.
No, I don't.
Dagger misses. So, short sword deals 8 damage. And as she like stabs, she lunges forward, and the short sword like catches where she already caught him in the ribs, and just like rips out another like chunk of flesh from that same area. And he does not look great. And all right, the other Black Company guards is going to move up here and fire his crossbow. Misses. The crossbow bolt thuds into the dirt beside him.
All the crossbows are making me want to use mine.
All right. Krusk is about to put this guy down. And Krusk runs up.
Krusk. That's a name you could chant in an arena. That's a
brandishes the battle axe. Hits. And again, just like heaves the axe into his side, ripping it out. And as like the assassin like grabs that side where he's just been hit, looks up, meets eyes with you again, Yoak, and just collapses forward.
I messaged Kalia. He was here for me. I do not know why. And then he walks over to the body, and like,
yeah,
I pats Krusk on the back. And then
she
another orcish
like
idiom.
Blood smeared because she just killed everybody who died in this fight. Died because of her. She ran up.
He slaps her on the back.
Yeah.
Slaps her on the back, and then says, like, there's another orcish idiom here that is, I know you weren't looking for bloodshed, but it found us, and you were fucking spectacular. Something along the lines of that.
Hell yeah.
And then I want to search that dude's body.
All right. Yeah. So you go. It's a.
Kalia looks fine, right?
She looks okay. Yeah. And she's got a couple of like scrapes and cuts. And she, I think, like Elevando and then the two guards kind of walk up as well. As the two guards walk up, Krusk turns to them and goes, "Tie up the other two. They're just sleeping." And they head off to go do that. The rest of you kind of huddle around this guy and you start kind of going through his pockets.
I'm looking for information.
Yeah, sweet. So, I you find a like sealed you find like a bit of parchment. Um, again, completely like blank.
I need detect magic. Or true sight. Can I have true sight? It's like the one the barkeeper that gave me. Yes, yeah, exactly the same.
Uh, it's
Actually,
like
how similar is it?
the paper is different. It's smaller, but like it's a blank piece of paper.
Yeah. Does anyone Yoke wants to just pocket that? It doesn't seem like he knows that this is significant. No one else does, right? It's just a
Yeah,
blank piece of paper.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he looks at it. I think he feigns like that's weird, and then he just stuffs it in his pocket. Is there anything else?
Of like importance to you.
Yeah, not loot.
Cool. Can you roll me? Uh, I guess it's perception
Investigation.
or investigation.
They're both the same.
Yeah, one of the two.
Can I have advantage? Oh, can I get the help action from
Really is
Kalia?
helping you. Yeah.
Not great.
Okay. You like you search this guy's body. You find the kind of scrumpled up piece of paper, in like the bottom of a pack somewhere. You like are going through and you're searching him and you're not really finding anything. And then you notice like under the the glove he's wearing like braces and gloves. You notice that like one of the gloves is like kind of bulged out around a finger, as if he were wearing a ring. You remove the glove, and beneath there is a signet ring with a very familiar sigil.
I want to pocket that. Or have
Absolutely.
Kalia. I want one of us to be able to
Yep.
take that without anyone else noticing.
Yeah, you can roll me a sleight of hand. You're the one looking. Roll me a sleight of hand to see if.
Can I get advantage from Kalia?
I don't think she knows that's what you're like. There's no way for you to communicate that's what you're trying to do in enough time. Like you pull the glove off, you see it. Like it's.
Can I subtle spell message?
I don't think there's time.
Okay. 7. I think he. Yeah, he just puts the ring in his pocket.
Yeah.
And then I think starts like searching him for valuables.
Sure.
To like because he knows he's not stealthy, right? He knows that. So he's trying to hide the fact that he doesn't want it obvious that he went after the ring specifically. So he takes the ring because it's and then he like starts looking for anything else valuable on the dude to like
Cool.
hide his intentions.
Oh yeah. Yeah. You kind of search through.
I don't care
You
about loot. That can go to anyone.
cool. Yep. Easy.
Or Kalia or whoever wants to take it.
Sweet. You after a while you search, you take whatever, you kind of pass it out, whatever you do. And uh Elevandor turns to you and says, he says, they did not look like they liked you very much. Or, and he looks at Kalia, one of you two.
Yeah, he Yoke responds, "No." He nods down to the corpse. This one looked at me as if though I were Berith betraying his father, as it was told in your great epic of Elevander. Epic of I don't know, I can't think of any other fucking ballads.
He says, do you know why? Muted.
Yeah, Yoak shrugs and like, I haven't a clue. I'm no one important. I've never met them before. Maybe I insulted them at a tavern once.
Krusk.
Or perhaps they didn't like my take on the great poet Ivakvar's later works.
And
Do you want me to roll deception?
yeah, I do.
Can I have advantage because I've been buttering this guy up all fucking...
I think like he like looks at you.
I don't... Wait, is that deception? Yoak doesn't know why this guy... I don't know.
You know more than you're letting on. And he looks at you as if he's like going to push further. And then he looks to your sides, like he looks to your left. And I think Kalia steps forwards, like says something to him, and like she puts her arm around him and they walk off towards the king.
Message Kalia, be careful or he'll end up writing a ballad about you. A love song about you.
She sends back, if I didn't think it would kill you if it hit, I would throw this dagger.
Your boyfriend would just bring me back.
Krusk looks at you and says, you may lie to the bars, but one day I will know why one of my men died today. And when I ask, you will speak true. And she walks off towards the caravan. And that's where we're going to end it for today.
Oh, I nearly just straight up died. Oh dear. I can't believe how quickly I just burned through all of my resources.
Yeah.
I think that's the difference between single player, right? Like,
yeah, you're the only one
don't
here
burn
to do
through resources
things.
that fight. Yeah. Oh, how
Hell
much
yeah.
was it possible from when I attempted to sleep the dude when he ran away? Was that possible?
Yeah.
What was his HP at?
34.
Oh, I think I rolled like 3 1s on that.
Yeah.
I should have taken empowered spell
possible.
for sleep, because sleep can be really good.
Yep. As I said, you put 2 of them out the entire fight. Like, you didn't have to fight 2 of them.
Yeah, and we have 2 guys now.
You do.
We have prisoners. Yeah, awesome. Thank you for watching. If you watched, if you didn't, thanks for playing, Liam.
No worries, man. Thank you for playing.
I don't think we'll probably not play before the 24th. I doubt it.
Yeah, probably not.
24th is Christmas, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is probably the last game before Christmas. So if you're watching now, with the VOD, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. If you're watching 30 years in the future, it's 2022 and it's about to be Christmas. Merry Christmas for your next one. Bye-bye.
Peace.